Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am actually delighted to have all of you over here attend the session. I know a lot of people are from different countries. We have tried to keep the session in such a way that the morning sessions are people who are from the East and the afternoon sessions are the people or for the people who are from the West to match your time zones. But I'm sure some people are still inconvenienced by that, so we appreciate all of this. No, in this International Conference on Digital Forensics and Cybercrime is an 11-year-old conference. I started it 11 years ago in Albany, and it has gone all around the world. It's been to Prague, Seoul, South Korea, Moscow, Dublin, Abu Dhabi, and finally this year we were going to run it in Boston, but unfortunately the pandemic happened, and we were not able to run the conference in Boston, and we had to move it online. For me, the goal of the conference really is to meet people and to get feedback on the work which people are doing. However, given that we are online, so meeting people is kind of hard, but we have tried to make it as interactive as possible by having a discussion for each paper and keeping the discussion going and giving sufficient time for discussion. So I actively encourage everybody to actively participate in the discussion. This is ICDF2C is a very close-knit community of very enthusiastic researchers and professionals that are at the leading edge of their research. And over time, the quality of papers has just become outstanding. And like I said, we have been able to run it in many places. So this year we had an outstanding program committee with Pavel Gladshev from the University College of Dublin, Daryl Johnson from Rochester Institute of Technology, and Makan Porzandi from Ericsson. And they have worked very hard. All the papers have been reviewed by 2 to 3 reviewers and then evaluated by the program chairs. So you will find outstanding quality of papers. And we also had strong support from Lucas Skolak and Natasha Onofre, our 2 conference managers, who have really helped keep us on track and supported us with the technology needs that we had in terms of spreading the word around and everything else. So thank you all for doing this. I think the sponsor of this conference is EAI, and there's a short introduction which they provide for the conference. So Natasha, do you want to play your introductory remarks here?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th EAI International Conference on Digital Forensics and Cybercrime. I'm Natasha Onofre, the conference manager of this year's edition. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, I'm not able to meet all of you in person, so I'm taking this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors, and our online audience on behalf of the European Alliance for Innovation. Above all, I would like to express my gratitude to the General Chair Sanjay Goyal and the Program Chairs Pavel Gladyshev, Daryl Johnson, and Makan Porzandi for their continuous commitment and excellent work in organizing a successful conference in these difficult times. As you know, EAI ICDF2C is an annual conference, and I invite all of you to participate in our 2021 edition by submitting your papers, by organizing a workshop, or by joining the technical program committee. In fact, at EAI we're constantly searching to promote innovative research in the field of information and communication technologies. So if you have an idea for a conference or a workshop, or you want to collaborate with us in any other way, please contact me at the email address below. The format of the following conference is interactive, so I invite all of you to actively participate in the live discussion succeeding each presentation. In addition, you can vote on individual presentations and leave your fellow researchers feedback on their work through our tool, EAI Compass. My colleague Michael will tell you more about the EAI entity, the tools we provide, and the aforementioned voting process, which you can already use for ICDF2C. Thank you all for your attention, and I hope to be able to welcome you in person next year. Enjoy!
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course, and all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI Index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work in progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper, and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Ladies.
Okay, so thanks for sharing that, Natasha. I think it's time we start with the main event of the conference. So first of all, before I welcome Nicole, let me just say a couple of words about why this field is important, right? So today more than ever, we are reliant on technology. If we project forward to the next 10 years, there are 3 technologies that stand out that will transform society. Self-driving cars. Just imagine that you are sitting in a self-driving car, having your dinner while it's automatically driving you. It's got a huge societal implications in terms of employment, in terms of how far people live, on urban planning. It's going to change dramatically how the society changes. The second thing is the smart grid. It's basically going to revolutionize how we produce and generate electricity. And you'll be sitting in your own home, working on your bicycles to get exercise, and at the same time, you'll be generating electricity. Right, and third is implantable and wearable health devices. Each one of them is very complex, and each one of them has an impact on life and property. When something goes wrong, what do? If there's a car accident, who's responsible? The driver, the owner, passenger, manufacturer, and that's where digital forensics comes in, right? Especially with implantable and wearable devices, human health and fitness will be greatly influenced by these devices. Right now, we have algorithms being tested to predict heart attacks before they actually happen, so that you can check yourself into a hospital before a heart attack happens. They're building a pancreas which is more efficient than your natural pancreas in the body. Just imagine if somebody would send a false alert for a heart attack by hacking in, or it sends mass false alerts for heart attacks in a city or whatnot. What will happen to the hospital, right? Or if somebody were to hack into an implanted insulin pump, pacemaker, or defibrillator, they can kill somebody. These things are going to happen. And again, forensics is going to be the mainstay. And closer to home, more near to what we are doing today, the security today has changed from perimeter defense, where we used to protect our borders, to assuming that people are going to break in. And so the security today is not about preventing people from coming in, but for quickly detecting, containing, and then recovering from the incident. And finally, one of the things that has changed because of all of the new technology is insider threats. And that's one of the most critical threats that we have today. And when our trusted insiders turn rogue, what should we do? It's not the same as outside attackers attacking you, where you can put defenses against them. These are trusted people. They have access to a lot of the things which they can misuse. So there are a lot of burning questions in how do you identify these malicious insiders? What can you do to prevent your employees from turning malicious? How can you detect insider activities, containing the damage from the attacks? And a lot of these questions need to be answered and need to be addressed. And to find out more about this topic, we have an outstanding speaker today, and we are fortunate to have Nicole Beebe, for whom I have the highest regard. She is very knowledgeable and a fantastic speaker. She has background both in the industry, in the armed forces, and in academia now. So you're all in for a treat. And so let me tell you a little bit more about her background. So Nicole is a PhD from He's a PhD and is the Melvin Lashman Distinguished Professor and a Professor of Cybersecurity at the University of Texas in San Antonio. She's also the Director of the Cybersecurity Center and Analytics at UTSA and the Department Chair for the Information Systems and Cybersecurity Department. Her research interests relate to cybersecurity, cyber analytics, digital forensics, and data analytics with applications to insider threat detection and analysis, IoT security and forensics, and cyber threat hunting, all very important and emerging fields. She has published in top journals and has over 50 peer-reviewed articles in conferences and journals that have been cited over 1,000 times. And she is very well funded in his research with funding from National Science Foundation, Homeland Security, Department of Defense agencies, industry partners, and this has resulted in a patent-pending cyber search algorithm and multiple software platforms. She is a forensic scientist who's received a PhD in information technology from UTSA, an MS in criminal justice from Georgia State University, and a BS in electrical engineering from Michigan Technological University. So she is truly multidisciplinary, and that is what is required for digital forensics. She has over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity and digital forensics in both commercial and government sectors. She was a computer crime investigator for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. She worked in industry as a senior network security engineer for SAIC, and she has been certified information systems security professional since 2001, and she has served as a board member on several national level professional associations and consortiums. So she packages it all. I mean, she is very active in the community, and she has got excellent research credentials, so you're in for a treat today. And so I would pass it on to you, Nicole, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sanjay. I appreciate you inviting me to give a presentation today. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to all the distinguished attendees, and I hope you guys enjoy this talk. So in my opinion, everybody can hear me, correct, Sanjay?
Sorry, we can hear you very clearly.
Great. Let me switch here. So I have an opinion about keynotes, and you can see my slides okay?
Yes,
Great.
Absolutely.
So I think keynotes should either be thoroughly entertaining or inspirational. Unfortunately, when I'm entertaining, it's usually because I'm embarrassing myself, so I'm going to try and avoid that. And instead, I hope to open your eyes a little bit to an area of research that I think is woefully underaddressed, that I think this particular audience has a unique opportunity to contribute. And so that is in regards to insider threat. Now, interestingly, I'm not going to talk to you at all about the digital forensic investigation that follows the detection of an insider. What I want to talk to you about instead is the role digital forensics can play in detecting the insider threat. In particular, detecting in advance of exfiltration of data. To do that, I'm going to talk a bit about the problem. I think it's important. I think in digital forensics circles, a lot of people don't completely understand who insiders are, what they're motivated by. Usually most people have one perspective about who insiders are and what they're after. And if you get a large number of people together, you realize that the circle is a lot bigger than you think, that the motivations are a lot broader than you think. And so we're going to talk about who insiders are, why they do the things that they do. And then we'll talk about the current approaches to insider threat detection. And then I want to talk to you a lot about how digital forensics can have a role in solving the problem. And so we're going to talk about digital forensics traces as signals to detection in detection systems. And I'm going to discuss one example R&D project that we did for the DoD and DHS as a result. And then I want to kind of get you thinking about the next generation insider. Now, all of this started for me in the late 90s when I was in the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, as Sanjay mentioned. And I had the opportunity to work on lots of different kinds of cases, hacking cases and fraud and murder. And unfortunately, child pornography is pretty prevalent in this field. But one of the types of investigations I worked on was we called leak investigations. It's a form of an espionage case where somebody is leaking information. And it was, honestly, it left me with the feeling back then, I guess, of the greatest degree of helplessness, the greatest degree of an intractable or seemingly intractable problem about how do we detect this activity earlier. You'll find in malicious insider threat cases that they very much mirror, from a timeline perspective, fraud cases, whereas in a fraud case, an embezzlement case, a lot of times somebody will become disgruntled and they'll contemplate embezzling money out of an organization, and they start small. They steal a little bit of money and see if anybody notices and wait some time, and then they steal a little bit more, and it escalates, but it escalates very, very, very slowly. And so there's techniques in the financial fraud sector to detect embezzlement and financial misuse earlier on, before the number gets very large. And you'll find in malicious insider threat cases, that's very much the same kind of scenario with exfiltrating data or theft of intellectual property. Is there's a progression, a continuum, a timeline, that if you can just detect this activity sooner, your damage to your organization is much smaller. So that's kind of the background of this. When I got into academia, so that's the problem that was in my head. That was the challenge that motivated me. And then when I got into academia and had to find an area to research in, I kind of combined my love of cybersecurity and my love of, it wasn't quite as large that time as it is now, of machine learning and analytics, and said that there's a union here that we can begin to solve this problem in a different way. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. So I don't think I usually have to convince people that this is a problem, but just in case, here's a bunch of miscellaneous recent-ish headlines. We've got the WikiLeaks case. We had the Snowden case. You can have lots of different opinions, and I'm not here to have a political conversation or a philosophical conversation about whether certain insiders were doing something for social justice and social good, or whether or not those individuals were doing something against their country, et cetera, et cetera. There's lots of different perspectives on some insider threat cases. But one thing we can't disagree on, I think, is that regardless of the underlying motivation, the organization that those people worked for didn't want them to take out that information, didn't want them to share that information, didn't want them to exfiltrate. And so a leak investigation, regardless of the debates we have of whether they're beneficial to society, are not beneficial to their organization. So here's just a bunch of different situations. And just to kind of get your brain going with some names, right? We had Robert Hansen, Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Reality Winner, Reagan, Hoffman, the list just goes on and on and on. This problem is as old as time. There are stories of Socrates doing insider threat activity in prison. We've got in our own religions and biblical texts, Judas. You have the wolf in sheep's clothing. There's just this is an age-old problem that I don't think is frankly ever going to go away. I don't think we, knowing humanity, will ever not have insiders. So the question is what can we do to detect them earlier? Let's see. There we go. Okay, so who are they? Insiders have varied organizational roles. A lot of times people think of insiders as just being your employees, your current employees, but your former employees can also be insiders. They may have, we hope they don't, but a lot of times organizations don't fully turn off their access. So they can be insiders. Even if you do turn off their access, they have information from the company that could be shared and given away. Contractors have specialized access. Vendors, business partners, if you think about third-party vendors, if you think about the Target breach wasn't necessarily an insider threat case, but it's a good example of where a third-party or a business partner to a company has insider access. The company has insider access to another company. It's all about access. It's all about having somebody that has trust, access, organizational knowledge. They have ability to get access to, escalate their access in organizations, and obtain and exfiltrate organizational knowledge that then an external entity just doesn't have the same access. It's harder for them to get the access. And as a result, insiders tend to have a greater ease in inflicting organizational damage. I think I skipped a slide there. It is the most costly type of incident that there is when you're talking about external hackers, when you're talking about internal threats, when you're talking about malware, even ransomware. Insider threat statistics suggest across a multitude of sources that when an insider threat occurs, when an insider threat activity occurs, it is the most costly. I think a lot of that is because of that insider access. It's also because of the timeline that we talked about earlier, that it takes longer to detect and end the insider threat activity. 55% of insider incidents involve privilege abuse. So again, it's folks who already have access within the system and they abuse those privileges. 89% of organizations in one survey said that they perceive insider threat as their highest risk. Some of these citations at the bottom are a bit dated. I ran out of time to update them, but everything I've seen since with Verizon breach reports and FireEye Mandiant reports, these statistics still pretty well hold true. So who are insiders? I like to talk about insiders in the context of maliciousness and volitional behavior, whether they mean to do what they're doing or not. And so I've kind of created this 4-quadrant taxonomy of insiders. In the upper right is what a lot of people think about when they think about insiders. They're the folks who are intentionally trying to harm their organization, and again, they're doing it volitionally, they're doing it intentionally. And those folks are typically motivated by 4 different things: espionage, revenge, IP theft, or fraud. And the espionage can be nation state espionage, it can be commercial industrial espionage. Revenge has a lot of sabotage type. You have a disgruntled employee who wants to get back at their organization. Intellectual property theft is very, very, very much on the rise. Information is one of the most valuable commodities any organization tends to have nowadays in the information age. And so the theft of information, theft of intellectual property is a really big motivator as a person goes from organization A to organization B and takes that information with them or sells that information to another entity. And then fraud, age-old, embezzling, taking out money, that type of thing. Now the 2 at the bottom, whether you think of them as insiders or not, they are insiders. There are folks who have access to your organization that can do harm, whether they realize it or not. So the non-malicious, non-volitional, those are the folks who are, those are your phishing clickers. Those are your folks who are getting your getting malware downloaded on their organizational computer and then infecting the entire organization through their poor cyber hygiene by going to bad websites and getting drive-by download malware. Those folks are very, very, very dangerous to an organization, but they're not quite the focus that I'm talking about here as far as detection. Your volitional, non-malicious folks, those are folks who are intentionally doing things that are unsafe in their organization, but they're not doing it maliciously. In fact, they're motivated by helping the organization. They're motivated by trying to get their job done. And there's a lot of other reasons, about 7 main reasons why these folks will intentionally subvert security mechanisms to, quote unquote, help their organization without, frankly, usually realizing the impact of what they're doing, that it could put their organization at risk. But what I want to focus on is the upper right quadrant. The folks who are intentionally seeking to harm their organization and doing so with these motivations. So focusing on them a little bit further, again, these are some pictures of our friends who have made headlines with their exfiltrated data in their organization. And a survey suggests that a lot of folks have or will take confidential corporate information when they leave an organization. And the one common denominator of all of these folks is what I refer to as digital hoarding. Folks who are engaging in data collection, browsing, curation, preparation, and taking information out of an organization through any kind of means. They may take it out via USB or email or upload it to a cloud instance. There's lots of different ways people will, but at the end of the day, people are gathering information. So what we really need is earlier indication and warning of the exfiltration threat. Like I said, the user collects information as a precursor. One of the big things that differentiates most of these cases from external breaches is, again, the fact that they actually already have access to the information. They are usually taking information that they have access to and doesn't necessarily require privilege escalation. Now, this diagram here kind of breaks down the steps. Most systems nowadays that detect data exfiltration do so and focus entirely on step 4, which is the actual exfiltration and transfer of information through any mechanism. Again, cloud, USB, you name it. But what we need, and what I hope this talk is a clarion call to developing systems, detection systems that detect insiders earlier in that timeline or continuum as they're just starting to move up to more and more information exfiltration. Most folks will start with information exploration and browsing, browsing their network shares, their web stores for their organization, their own hard drive, et cetera. And then they begin to acquire that data. And then they prepare it for exfiltration. That may be compressing, encrypting, putting on certain media, et cetera. But these first 3 steps are where I would argue that we have a capability and an opportunity in digital forensics to leverage forensic signals to provide earlier indication and warning of the eventual exfiltration of information. So that's really the thrust of this talk, is trying to use and leverage forensics to do earlier indication and warning of common data exfiltration. So why is this hard? Why is detecting this hard? Well, espionage tradecraft has evolved. Again, the collection is usually within people's access permissions. It's collected, transmitted, and deleted quickly. And so depending on the system being used, may not even detect that information on somebody's device. And half the time we're dealing with folks who aren't even saving it to disk. And so that's really a challenge, right? There really is a lot of variability. No big bad insider does things the same way as the previous one. So there's really no signatures. Yet if you look at it, current detection efforts really honestly focus on all the things that these people don't do. They focus on access patterns. They focus on analysis of computers upon exit, which I would argue is too late. They focus on trying to detect deviations of policy. Policy detection is very hard still to instantiate and detect. It's very laborious. It's not an efficient mechanism for detection. It relies on audit thresholds. Well, good, smart insiders just fly below the radar and don't trigger those thresholds. And because they're insiders, half the time they know what those thresholds are. And they look for some sort of exfiltration signature. Exfiltration signatures are very common in data loss prevention appliances, and they result in a lot of false positives, right? Somebody transferring something with the social security number in it. That is actually very common to some extent for say like an HR person. So context is really important. So signatures are very challenging. If you look at the bottom, right, this is an example of a literal heuristic that exists in lots of common SIM devices, security incident and event management devices. It says if the mail is from a departing insider and the message was sent in the last 30 days, and the recipient is not in the organization's domain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it's bigger than alert. But I've got news for you. Not every insider follows this little pattern, right? And so what we keep doing is we keep writing heuristics and rules based on how the last guy or gal did it, and that doesn't detect the next guy or gal. In a way, you can think of insiders, the really good / bad, the really skilled, really damaging, malicious insiders are all 0 days. Think about it. They do things differently than their predecessors did because they're smart, because they have access, because they want to get away with it and not get caught. There's a lot at stake with insiders, especially espionage-related insiders. I see something's happened in the chat. Okay, I'm not monitoring the chat directly. So Sanjay, if you happen to see anything in the chat box that we need to address before the end, please let me know. No problem whatsoever.
Okay, I will do it.
Okay,
Yep.
so that. So let's look at some of the current approaches. Security incident and information event management systems. They rely on data fusion across sensors, lots of log aggregation, link analysis. They're very log focused. They're seldom content focused, right? It's about the system has to inherently log something. They don't do a lot of looking actually at actual files and data. Very, very, very little insight into deleted or transient data, which is really where digital forensics folks excel, right? A lot of them are detection signature based. Again, they detect access and policies violations. They're advantageous for detecting insiders who violate policies and rules, but again, a lot of your most successful malicious insiders do what they do inside the set of operating rules. So they don't raise any red flags. They also aid in post hoc analysis after incidents. But again, if you're thinking back to that diagram, I really think we need to get at detecting these folks in steps 1, 2, and 3 before the horse gets out of the barn, if you will, before the information gets exfiltrated. And so there's a lot of disadvantages. Looking at the clock, I want to speed up and get to my example a little bit. But it's important to talk about these things because otherwise people go, why we have SIMs, we have DLP devices. Why isn't that good enough? Data loss prevention appliances a lot of times rely on fragile hashes. I say fragile because, right, if I have a PDF of a PowerPoint, the hash is different. The content is the same, but the hash is different, right? Or if I change, 1 bit, we all know this, then the hash changes. They have moved on as a result to similarity hashes. And as we know, although we've had lots of advances in this space, they're still computationally expensive. And they still result in a person having to make sense out of the results and put that human eye to the similarity measurements. A lot of them use regular expressions, lots of really cool DLP things that if you really look under the hood is a bunch of hashing and grepping, honestly. And again, we have some enumeration of business rules and heuristics. They're very value added when you're trying to monitor specifically for PII or PHI or classified information, which really, by the way, what they're doing when they do that is really just looking for the taglines, right? Secret, top secret, confidential, et cetera. And so what is a good insider going to do? They're going to take those tags off, and then it would bypass DLP devices. So there's more examples here, but I want to get to the solution because I want to get to why I think digital forensics can help us in this space. Again, I would point out that everything that current systems are doing is doing it at the file level and at the log level, really for the most part. I'm oversimplifying it a bit, but that's where they're at. And when you're trying to detect an advanced malicious insider who knows how to fly under the radar and get away with it, you have to look at the more subtle evidence. You have to look at the digital forensic traces. And then because of the volumes and volumes of data, you have to leverage machine learning techniques. So I would argue that if you bring together digital forensics and machine learning, I really think that we can begin to detect insiders earlier. So now again, let's focus specifically on the malicious insider who's trying to exfiltrate data. Again, so hopefully I've given you kind of the big context and talk about how that's only one type of insider, but it's an important insider. And so what we did as an example, just to kind of bring you guys into the fold of an example way we could leverage digital forensic signals, I want to talk to you about a specific project. In this project, the goal was to detect deviations in individual storage profiles. And so in other words, and the best example is honestly the Snowden case. And so if we had been monitoring Mr. Snowden's content on his hard drive or the data that he's transmitting on the network, we would have seen a deviation in that data, certain file types that he in his system administrator role did not typically engage with. And then all of a sudden we see more PowerPoints or PDFs, when previously, again, as a system administrator, his job didn't particularly involve a lot of PowerPoints and PDFs. So in other words, if we can detect statistical anomalies in his data type, data storage profile, either himself over time or himself relative to other people in the system administrator role, or himself relative to others in his department, we could possibly have detected that before it got really bad. So that's what we proposed. UTSA and the Naval Postgraduate School. This was a project with myself and Simpson Garfinkel, for those of you guys who are familiar with Simpson, who's now at the Census Bureau, I believe, to do a novel insider threat detection solution. And we got an award from Department of Homeland Security to do so. And so basically we were saying we're going to monitor each of we're going to put an agent on each of the computers. And then when there's a hostile insider, the management console that's doing the advanced analytics would detect that this insider's storage profile was either different than him or herself over time, or was different relative to others in his organization, and is fundamentally an anomaly detection or outlier type of situation. So what we did was we leveraged digital forensic artifacts on physical disks. And that really is a fundamental difference between SIMs and DLPs and what we're talking about doing. And although this project focused on physical disks, it doesn't need to. It could look at memory. It could look at network traces. It could look at anything. We just happen to do proof of concept on the disk level. And basically we profiled the type of data accessed on that machine. And we did so on these particular different types, file classes, data types, and string classes. And there's some examples there on the right. So basically what we're trying to do is, again, detect a statistical anomaly in any of these types of data from themselves over time or themselves relative to others. To build it, we used Bulk Extractor, which is an open source digital forensics tool. We used Skedin, which is a tool that we developed at UTSA for data type classification. Built proof of concept using an ELK stack system. We built custom anomaly detection algorithms, and we built those in R and Python. Now, this project, I'll be frank, is as much about the uniqueness of the forensic signal as it is on the advances we made in anomaly detection algorithms, honestly. But the focus of this talk really is the use of forensic signals for the input to those algorithms. We did initial testing using digitalcorporate.org data sets. Specifically, we used the M57 case, which is a synthetic case, and then we also used real data corpus cases, which were old hard drives. And this was done before GDRP, by the way. And then we actually, what's really cool about this project, we did operational test and evaluation in two real world organizations. I can't disclose who those organizations are, but I can say one of them is a very large financial sector company, and one is a very large critical infrastructure government organization. We did system functional testings. We improved the algorithms by leveraging real data. A lot of the things that we do in science is limited when we develop things based on synthetic, non-realistic data sets. And so that was a really neat opportunity for us to work with two real world organizations on this project. And then we improved the user interface also as a result of working with those organizations. Again, how it works is a service runs on the host. In the real world application, it's a very lightweight service. It would be covert, and then it would basically profile the forensic traces on the disk. Again, it could be done in memory, it could be done in network traces or whatever, but this was focused on the disk. It then securely transmits that privacy preserved disk profile to the central console. By privacy preserved, I mean that it's all statistical data. There is no PII, no PHI. The only thing that even tracks it back to a user is the fact that this profile came from this machine in this particular situation. Then we had applied our anomaly detection algorithms, and then we alerted and ranked those. The benefit of using forensic traces in this regard is again, it's data type focused, so it has nothing to do with quantity or quota. So again, I don't have to specify that users can use a certain amount of data, and I think above that is anomalous, right? Because different users are different. It's not limited, and this is one of the biggest things I'd like to pound in on this talk, is that it's not limited to allocated data. Any skilled insider isn't going to create a directory that says stuff I'm exfiltrating, right? They're not even going to save the files. And if they're not even going to save the files, and their curation process is all about never saving it to disk and instead getting it and bringing it up to the cloud, well, then I have to leverage forensic traces. I have to leverage the footprints that they leave behind for just having viewed the data to be able to detect their activity. It's not relying on hashes. It's not relying on policies, heuristics, or ACLs. So it doesn't even matter what their access permissions are. Highly scalable. It's anomaly-based, not signature-based. I think that's a really, I'm not advocating for a lack of signature-based detection systems. They're very, very important, just like virus detection is. It's just to say that just like you wouldn't get rid of your virus checker on your host because of lame malware and viruses, it's to say that the signatures aren't a panacea. And just as a virus detection tool isn't going to detect the next 0 day, signature-based insider threat detection systems aren't going to detect anomaly-based, the 0 day insiders that will only be detected through anomaly-based mechanisms. And I guess it's privacy preserving. This is really important because when you're talking about insider threat detection, you're talking about monitoring your employees in your organization, right? And although you can make an argument that you're an employee so you have no rights, that's not really the reality in most places. And so it's important that we preserve privacy. And I would contend that, again, digital forensic traces in their really user agnostic manner in a way is a way of being very privacy preserving. And so why is anomaly detection and insider threat so hard? Really, you don't really have a known non-outline distribution. You have to model the data with outliers being in it. And so then you have to be able to, so your algorithms have to be robust enough to recognize, this is like median versus mean, to recognize that something is an outlier when modeling normal, but then be able to detect that same outlier when you're not working in modeling mode and instead working in detection mode. It's kind of a mouthful, and that probably takes about 15 minutes in itself to kind of get your head around, but it's really, really important. Statistical assumptions tend not to hold true. And really, if you think about the insider threat scenario, is that we don't know what the non-outlying distribution is. When we're talking about real world data, you probably have insiders in there right now. So how do you model it when you don't know who they are? Statistical assumptions don't hold true. There is no normal. There's no really ability to baseline because your organizational data changes over time, et cetera. So I think that's pretty normal. Okay, I'm going a little slower, so I'm going to skip some of this. These are some of the time series algorithms that we use. I can talk about in the Q&A if you're interested in. This is some of the results, just a few different. You'll see on the left here, sorry for the abbreviations, but random, that's the random data, allocated data, email domains, URLs, GIF is a specific, file type. So these are just some examples, but these are some of the outliers that we were able to detect when we had specific drops or increases in data types. And this is the time interval. And so you can see that our tests were able to detect these types of anomalies. These approaches that I just mentioned were challenged when it came to gradual changes or spike functions. And so depending on the window size, this spike right here would be missed, because if you measured here and measured here, you miss that spike. So that's a challenge. And so we did a few different techniques. I'm going to just, again, kind of push through to get some of the more interesting stuff. And the sliding window worked better. It detected things is a bit better than the other one. The autoaggressive modeling approach worked even better. Autoaggressive modeling is really beneficial because it requires no baselining, and it just detects a change based on predicting the next observation from the previous observations. And then we developed a couple of new algorithms. Univariate anomaly detection, we developed a marginal anomaly score, which was based on a bit of a combination of several machine learning approaches, and then looking at the anticipated deviation from predicted scores and combine them together. Anyway, the algorithm that we detected, this is the density function of the mass scores that we created. And then you'll see the green line is the 0.5 percentile. And so these to the right then would be anomalies. And this is the actual results. This is the financial services company. And you'll see that these top three, the top two were indeed insiders. What we did was we had injected insiders. We did insider threat injects, and it detected them perfectly. Turns out this one was a false positive, and this one was an actual anomaly, an actual injected insider. So it was pretty accurate. Univariate means we're only looking at one feature at a time, like one file type. We didn't want to stop there. We wanted to look at multivariate. So how more than one thing varies at one time, because look at this up in the upper left. If you see here, these red dots would not be considered outliers in a univariate analysis, because look, most from an x-axis perspective, most of the observations are between -5 and 5. And so these ones are, from the x-axis, non-anomalous. Similarly, they're not anomalous from the y-axis, because most of the observations go from, again, -5 to 5. But when you look at them together, and it's easiest to look on a 2D, but this can be multiple dimensions, these are definitely anomalous, right? It is very rare for points to vary on both the x and y axis in this manner. And so they're anomalous, multivariate. So we developed our relational anomaly score, which was a multivariate measure. Again, you can see here the density plot for the RAS scores. And here we have a couple of outliers. And indeed, the red indicates that the two highest RAS scores were indeed synthetic insider injects. And so it was very good at detecting those. Just a few results. There's a ton more, but really the conclusions are that forensic signals were indeed useful as input to insider threat detection systems. They successfully detected our injected insiders. We had some folks, we gave them a scenario in the real world organization, real world users, and now we basically asked them to play insider for actually 2 weeks. We said, this is the nature of your insider scenario. We didn't even tell them what activity to do. We just said, this is who we want you to play right now. And we let them decide, if they were that kind of insider, what they would do. And we just determined if we then looked at the data to see if we could detect that. And we were very successful in doing so, which was pretty neat. We detected bad users in the M57 synthetic case. So the ones that were in the script, bad users, we were very good at detecting those. We actually detected in that critical infrastructure company an actual exfiltration event. So we thought it was a false positive, and we went back to the organization and said, well, we have this result. And they got really quiet. And about a week later said that that was an actual employee who actually did leave, and they did some forensic analysis and determined that that employee did actually take information with them. And so unfortunately that was a post hoc situation, right, where we detected something in the past. But if you were running, the point is, if you were running the system in real time, you could have detected that activity before that person left the organization. And then we had another case. This is actually a different technique. It was a file system graph analytics project. But in this particular case, without us knowing it, the real world organization, when they gave us the data, without telling us, they switched 2 roles. So basically they had Harry and Sally, and Harry was this job and Sally was this job, but they switched their job function in the data they gave us, and they didn't tell us they did this. which was really cool when our algorithm actually detected it. So it's pretty successful. I think there's a lot of other forensic traces that that folks could examine, and that's what I hope this talk inspires, is that even though we only looked at data types and specifically on disks, I think there are a ton of other forensic traces you could use in this space. You could also consider different data transport modalities. Okay, I'm supposed to be starting Q&A, which I'm almost done, Sanjay, but I want to talk about one more thing to really kind of make your head explode, I hope, nicely. Let's talk about technology itself. I would argue that technology itself is the next insider. I had a really fun time talking with some neat people and writing an article for the National Academy of Engineers in the Bridge, and it's an open source article if y'all are interested in reading it. And it's revisiting the definition of insider threat. And even though everything I've talked about thus far has been all about humans, I'd actually say that's a problem. I would argue that the insider threat is not just the human anymore. When we think of an insider threat being something that is just has access and has trust and permissions and privileges, that doesn't have to be a human anymore. When we think of IoT and AI and other things, I think that we have a real, we are on the precipice. If we think insider threat is getting bad with humans now, technology is really making it easier for humans to exfiltrate information. Think about our insider threat as machines. If we think about our incredibly aged OT systems that Sanjay talked about in his introduction, connected with vulnerable IT systems, this is almost becoming a cliche because we talk about it so much, but it's still a problem. We are in big trouble. When we talk about industrial revolution, we are in Industry 4.0 right now, where we're talking about the automation and cyber physical systems, and in Industry 5.0, and that was just less than 10 years ago, and now we're talking about Industry 5.0, where we have the symbiotic relationship between machine and man. I feel like I should have the Matrix audio and video pop up right now, but you know, it's silly, but it's not. When we talk about man and machine interaction, if we don't start looking at the machine as a potential insider, I think we really have a blind spot we're ignoring. And then let's talk about IoT, right? Let's talk about 5G. 5G is about to interconnect billions of IoT devices. And so my joke, I didn't realize you were going to talk about the smart grid when we started, Sanjay, but you know, what are you going to do when your dishwasher takes down the electric grid? And that seems ridiculous, but this kind of interconnectivity that we're talking about right now, if we don't do something to talk about technology as an insider and the trust, we give more trust to machines than we do even to our people. And look at the problem we have with our people right now. And then you talk about AI. When your soldier attacks, when your AI soldier attacks, what are you going to do then? So I didn't mean to. I guess I just ended this on doom and gloom, and I didn't really mean to end it on doom and gloom. But if you weren't convinced that forensics could be used to detect the human insider, and didn't think that was a big enough problem, I'm hoping this slide makes you think that no, this really is a problem we need to address, and forensics can help it. So, in short. This is an age-old problem. In many ways, technology is making it worse. At least in the old days, 40 years ago, an insider had to make a bunch of photocopies secretly and then shove them in their coat and try to exfiltrate it out, right? Technology's made exfiltration easy. Fortunately, advancements in technology are assisting, right? We have more robust anomaly detection algorithms. We've got AI and machine learning. We've got GPU arrays. We've got tons of neat things that help us do analytics more efficiently. I would argue that digital forensic signals as input are very, very under-researched. I think they can really help us to do that early indication and warning. Other malicious and non-malicious types are very understudied. What I've talked about here is just the exfiltration threat, and that's really just one thing, one aspect of the problem. But again, I think it's really beyond the human issue, and it's also including machines. So we haven't really begun to address that. We haven't really sufficiently begun to address just IoT forensics, much less how do you then leverage that to detect. So we really have a ways to go, and I hope as you listen to talks today, you think about ways that you might be able to use some of those neat forensic signals to be more detective than just reactive. So that's it. Questions, comments? I went over a few minutes there, Sanjay, but hopefully I've left some time for questions and
Yes.
comments.
Yes. So thank you, Nicole. This was an excellent talk, really. It's a good start to the conference, so we appreciate you saying that. So a lot of questions. There are a lot of questions from the audience, but my question first, since I have the prerogative here. So one of the challenges that we always face is insider threats. Malicious insider threats is the signal to noise ratio problem.
Yeah.
There are so few and far between insiders compared to people in the normal operation. So there's a very high rate of false positives and false negatives.
Yep.
How do you account for that? Do you use special techniques to filter out the data? How do you do it?
Right. Well, a couple different things. One is those the MAS and RAS that we're talking about. Those are specific anomaly detection algorithm advancements that are more robust. That if I had time to pull up some support slides, I'd pull up some slides that show the ellipsoid that you create, like again, median versus mean. It's a way to in a multivariate way, have a more robust measure of an anomaly. And so I guess what I'm saying, to answer your question, Sanjay, is advancements in algorithms to handle lower signal to noise would be one thing. Second, we've been working on with another company, actually. It's actually an insider threat tool company. I can't say who, but it's a big one. And we've been working with them on context-aware scoring. So I think one of the big problems we have right now is our tools they alert, but an alert that's not contextually aware is an ill-informed alert. And so I think you can reduce that false positive rate by understanding, you can kind of think like a decision tree. Yeah, it's alert, but if this and this and this, then its risk is probably lower, right? And so you're getting to a risk score based on contextual awareness, not just an anomaly score, not just a statistical anomaly. Does that make sense?
Well, I think it makes sense. I agree with you. It needs to be context aware, but building context aware systems is extremely hard because context is so variable across organizations. In the same organization, context varies, but I think that is the way to go. Just blindly applying an algorithm is not going to work. But if you put contextual information on there, you can narrow it down and have a much better success rate. But creating those is probably a challenge.
Agreed. But I would agree. But I would argue that there are automated ways to do contextual awareness. Right now, contextual awareness is all about the analyst.
Right.
And I think that there's ways that we can do more informed, automated contextual awareness.
I think that's where some research is needed. I think that's probably what
I agree.
So I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to go to the audience now. I don't want to hog your time. Okay. So the first question is from Habib Luafi. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name, so correct it. But what types of data do you collect while preserving the privacy of users? Could you please give us some examples?
Sure. So what we collect, let me go back to this slide right here. Oop, went too fast. That slide right there. And so what we're doing, while we're non-privacy preserving in the sense that we look at everything, right? We look at all these types of data types at the physical level of the disk. We're doing it in a sampling manner, so it's more efficient, but still there's nothing. But the point is that what's transmitted is completely privacy preserved. I've got a machine ID, and then I have literally like an 800 byte string that says this percentage of the data I analyzed was JPEG, this percentage of the data I analyzed was PDF. And so if each feature is a specific data type, then the value in that feature is the percentage of data of what I looked at. And that's it. And so there's, again, so the fact that, okay, let me a better example. So the fact that I looked for credit card information, the credit card itself is not stored. The credit card itself, the number itself is not transmitted. The percentage of data that I came across that has a credit card string is what's transmitted. That's how it's privacy preserving.
All right, thanks, thanks, Nicole. The next question is from Sonia. Isn't it possible that the insider is also aware of the agent on the system and can manipulate the agents working over the network?
Yes. You like a short enough answer for that? Yes, that's always, always, always a risk. But you have to do things. I think all of us in digital forensics know that it's amazing to us that somebody will still do child pornography on a work computer, right? Sometimes you just want to say, just go home. I'm not saying that's right, but the point is there's ways not to get caught. Why don't you do them? So it's amazing to us that people don't always know everything. So yes, I think the system administrator who knows about this agent, that's a problem. But there's also ways, to be more covert in the service. There's ways to mask the service. There's ways to tamper-proof the service. But yes, your biggest super user who is the manager, the system administrator of this service could probably get away with it, yes.
Okay, thank you. There's another one from Peter Matosek. It seems that you identify an insider based on his/her MAC address. How reliable is this approach? For instance, a MAC can be spoofed. An attacker can use various devices and MAC addresses not visible outside LAN.
Fair enough, but it's not MAC address based. It is machine ID based, and it's a host level service. And so the host level service transmits that data to the central management console. So again, previous to, I guess, to Sonia's example, could somebody then change that machine address and its transmission? Sure. But this is machine ID, not MAC address, and it's identified by the host agent running on the host.
Okay. So there's another one from Mohammed Nazmul Hawk. Can you please elaborate on the data collection process, specifically how you collect the user's file types?
So if you're familiar with bulk extractor is a tool that does streaming analytics on a physical level of a disk. And it literally grabs in a multi-threaded way, sector by sector, and pulls the type. If it's a file, then we just get it from the file extension. But if it's an unallocated space, we use Skeeton to do data type classification, which has a underlying SVM model to predict the data type absent a file signature or file extension. If we're talking about string classes, it's a standard grep, and if we're talking about compressed and encrypted, then we use some entropy measures with some glorified additions that are published in the bulk extractor literature. Does that answer your question?
That's Mohammed Nazmul. So
yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hey, so I have a couple more questions for you.
Sure.
First of all, COVID-19 has changed the way we all work. We're all working remotely. How is that changing the insider threat landscape?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm going to say we don't know yet. Honestly, I think we are going to find out the hard way how it's changing that. But there's been studies that talk about how I think there's a couple of different things. One is we've had to change our access to facilitate data. And I think that we are going to find out the hard way the impacts of that. So I think the access. I think then we could go. So everything I've focused on has been technical. But Sanjay, your studies, right, where you probed users for trying to determine who would be more likely to be an insider, we have a whole other arm of research at UTSA that's on the psychological side, psychological traits, subclinical psychopathy, triggering events, et cetera, and all of that research suggests that your environment and your psychological state impact your likelihood to be an insider. And so I think we've seen, Sanjay, I was having a joking conversation with somebody about how it's all about righteousness right now. We're all worked up, all of us, all worked up. Talk about politics, talk about COVID, everybody's worked up. I got upset about my trash a week ago because the trash people didn't take the trash. I mean, right? We're getting upset about stupid things, right? And so the kind of environment that we're working in right now is kind of a
high stress environment.
It's high stress. It's high stress.
High stress environment, right?
Yep. And then we loosened controls at the same time. So high stress, greater triggers, and loosened controls and increased access. it's a Molotov cocktail for insider threat, I guess would be
So
my
that's
answer.
what I was wondering, if there's something we should do, because we should do things ahead of time rather than react. So
Yeah.
the last question, and then I will stop. I know you've probably been for a while now on this. So you talked about using multiple ways, or multiple different metrics to look at the same incident for increased reliability of prediction, to
Mhm.
reduce the number of false positives.
Right.
So how about you combine some of the technical analysis with behavioral analysis and use both of them together? I think that.
Amen, brother. Amen,
Okay.
brother. I couldn't agree. I think that was the perfect conclusion, Sanjay. I completely agree with you.
All right, it's time for us to work together then, Nicole.
Yeah, I really do. I'm that's a soapbox I get on, that people who do detection systems and people who do behavioral stuff, until we get those two together, we're going to keep failing at this problem.
Okay, so we have something to talk about.
You're brilliant.
No, well, we have to work together. That would be brilliant. So thank you, Nicole. We really appreciate this. I know there are other questions, but you can find Nicole on the web.
Yep.
And this video is going to be posted, so you can look at it over and over again. If you have any other questions, you can reach out to her. So, but I really want to thank you for doing this, Nicole. I think this was a great presentation, a great start to this, and we do really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Okay. So now for the rest of the conference, we have 3 sessions today on digital forensics, SCADA forensics, and event reconstruction. And we have 2 sessions tomorrow, an emerging area in forensics and cybersecurity, and the digital forensics link. And during each session, each paper will be presented for about 8 to 15 minutes to be followed by a critique from a discussant. So I would like the audience to actively participate in these discussions. The conference only has value if we are giving feedback to the authors about what they're doing, generating our own ideas. Sometimes simple discussions can generate brilliant ideas. So I encourage all of you to participate actively and support the authors who are here and generate a conversation on this. So thank you all very much. There's a short break, after which we will start, and we will see you shortly. Natasha, you can take over.
Hello everyone. We are almost at the time. It's 10:30. I would just propose that we give ourselves a couple of minutes just for everybody to join. First of all, let me just very check if everybody can hear me. And you can just put it in the chat. Yes. Okay. Good. And that was the first thing we wanted to double check. So let's give us another 2 minutes, and then we will just start from there. I wanted also, while we are just waiting for everybody to join the meeting, to thank you all for being here. I believe it's a great pleasure to have so many people in this conference, and we will start the first session in a minute. We have a very good session, at least that's what I would think about. It's about digital forensics. We have the 3 papers presented here. These are the very good papers. I hope that you will enjoy them. And the authors and the co-authors, they're all here, and we will have a pleasure to be able to ask them the questions. Once again, I wanted to invite, as Sanjay did at the end of the previous session, to feel free to ask questions. I was thinking by myself that this is one of the privileges that you have as being, and attending to this conference live. Here it's just that you could ask questions and you could participate, contrary to the people who are going only just to see the video. So take that advantage. You could just take it and just, participate, ask the questions, and make it more interactive, more interactions. That would be with other participants, or it would be, with the authors, asking them the questions. Please feel free to do so. Some housekeeping, while we are at that. Well, I mean, as there are many people, obviously we couldn't just open the floor to everybody to ask the questions. I ask you just to write down your questions in the chat, and I would be trying just to reflect those for the authors. So just put comments also. You could also have comments. If necessary, we could open the mic to the people to participate if we have time. If not, I will go through all the, the questions in the chats, and we'll talk about that. I believe that this is it mainly. I believe that we could start. Natasha, if you could, we will start with our first paper, which is the Make Remote Forensic Investigations Great Again, Increasing the Evidential Value of Remote Forensic Investigation. The presenter is Marcel Busch. I hope that I pronounced your name properly. And he is specialized in creating and breaking in the trusted execution environment solutions. And he has just defended his PhD thesis. TE is of an increasing interest inside the cybersecurity field. I believe it would be excellent just to listen to Marcel's presentation. Natasha, can you please just start the video?
Hi, my name is Marcel. I'm with the Friedrich Alexander University, Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany, and I'm presenting our work, Make Remote Forensic Investigations Forensic Again, Increasing the Evidential Value of Remote Forensic Investigations. So hacking into a suspect's computer system is a very attractive option for law enforcement to overcome end-to-end encryption. end-to-end encryption as used by modern internet-based services like web browsing, instant messaging, or even anonymization services. And in our work, we refer to these hacking by law techniques as remote forensic investigations. And these investigations have three primary problems. First, the deployment of the spyware. So the suspect has to be tricked into installing the spyware on his or her device, or an agent has to have physical access to the device. And from there, an unpatched security vulnerability usually has to be used to escalate the privilege of this piece of spyware in order to actually carry out the forensic investigation. The second problem is with the reliability of the acquisition method. So imagine in front of court a defendant claims that law enforcement has manipulated the device or planted evidence. And law enforcement has a really hard time to explain or prove in some way that a certain version at a particular point in time has actually been running on the device. And also it's hard to prove that it actually did what it was supposed to do. So the third problem concerns the over-approximation of communication data. This is especially relevant in countries where law enforcement is restricted to only exfiltrate communication data from a device, meaning data that is actually sent over the network. So spyware on the device cannot really tell if data is actually sent over the network, and it tends to over-approximate what data actually communication data is. So in our work, we suggest to increase the evidentiary value of remote forensic investigations by using the integrity verification offered by secure hardware and exfiltrating only the decryption key that is used for encrypted communication and get the actual encrypted communication via established methods like lawful interception. And before we look further into this approach, I'm going to cover some preliminaries, namely the legal requirements we looked into for our work and the technological basis our system TB is based on. Then we're going to look at TB, its architectural aspects. Then we're going to look at some of the implementation details. We're going to cover TB's evaluation. And in the end, I'm going to give a brief summary of this talk. So in the beginning, we were talking about increasing the evidential evidence, but what does that even mean? So from a legal perspective, there are various requirements that need to be fulfilled for digital evidence. And the requirements that are relevant in the context of our work are the following. Authenticity. Authenticity basically means that the digital evidence actually originates from the targeted device. Then we have integrity. After the collection of the digital evidence, it should be somehow ensured that it has not been altered. Then we have the reliability. And reliability means that the acquisition method has to be accurate and based on scientifically verified technologies. Then we have verifiability, which means that the acquisition method has to be repeatable and reproducible. And we're going to come back to these legal requirements when we look at the evaluation of TB. Let's now cover one of the core concepts that are relevant for TB, namely trusted execution environments. A trusted execution environment, or TEE, is an isolated execution context that provides integrity and confidentiality guarantees for the code and data. And there are certain TEE enabling technologies out there that you might be familiar with. For example, the AMD Platform Security Processor, Intense Software Guard Extensions, or ARM Trust Zone. And since in this work, we're primarily concerned with smartphones and ARM chipsets are the predominant chipsets for smartphones, we're concerned with ARM Trust Zone in the next slides. So to give you a little bit of an overview, like how a software architecture on modern smartphones looks like. So ARM v8 systems usually have up to 4 different privilege levels called exception levels, where the highest privilege level is EL3 and the lowest privilege level is EL0. So what ARM Trust Zone now adds to these 4 privilege levels is a separation of execution contexts. On the left here, you can see the normal world context. This is where the software stack that you are familiar with is executed. For example, Android or iOS. And on the right, you can see the secure world, which is the trusted execution environment. And here are all the functionality that are in some way especially security critical. And we say that the secure world is higher privileged than the normal world because it can access the memory of the normal world. And this is not the case, vice versa. All the blocks you can see here in red belong to the trusted computing base, meaning that their trust is bootstrapped using a secure boot mechanism, for example, and that their integrity is verified during this process. And our system, TB, that we're going to talk about next, is part of this trusted execution environment. So let's talk about the architecture of TB. This is an overview of TB, and the goal of TB in the end is to extract cryptographic material that is used for secured communication and exfiltrate this data to a third party. And TB does that in 3 logical steps. First, the deployment, like how can TB be deployed into an existing trusted execution environment. Then the extraction, how can we get a hold of the cryptographic key material we're interested in, and then the exfiltration. So how can this cryptographic key material be reliably communicated to a third party? So let's talk about deployment. The goal of the deployment is to deliver and load TB into the trusted execution environment, and by doing so, guarantee the integrity and confidentiality of TB. And this is not a big issue because secure loaders are commonplace, and they're used by almost all major commercially used trusted execution environments. So what that means is that during runtime, additional software can be loaded into the trusted execution environment, and this software is usually signed and it gets verified during the loading process. And partially, vendors even offer confidentiality guarantees through the use of encryption. And regarding the delivery of TB, there are 2 options. One of them is the trusted execution environment can temporarily claim exclusive access to the networking interface that is present on the system on chip anyway, or it can leverage the rich operating system network stack using a concept that is called a supplicant process, which is currently already commonplace, even in commercially used trusted execution environments. So once TB is deployed inside of the trusted execution environment, we want to extract the relevant information from a certain target process. And we do this by using memory introspection. So this concept is well known in the field of virtual machines, where it is called virtual machine introspection, where a host introspects a guest virtual machine, let's say. And we basically adapt this concept and introspect the rich execution context here from the perspective of the trusted execution environment. And by doing this, we can basically make sense of the structures that are used by the rich operating system, traverse, for example, the list of tasks that are executed within this context, make sense of the virtual address spaces of all the processes, and extract the relevant information for us. Especially this extraction step is covered in a little bit more detail in the next section about the implementation of TB. So next, after we have extracted the cryptographic key material, we want a way to reliably communicate to a remote party. And this is basically a subproblem of the first step, the deployment, where we already have communicated with the outside world. And the same solutions apply here, so we can either temporarily claim the networking interface of the system on chip for us, or we can leverage the software stack of the rich operating system to use the supplicant process to communicate with the outer world. So now we've covered the architectural aspects of TB. Let's now look at the relevant implementation details. So we implemented a prototype of TB on real hardware. And we chose the HiKey 620 development board for this, since this is one of the go-to prototyping boards for Android development. And this system on chip is very similar to the system on chips used in modern smartphones. The software stack that we've been using here is Android 9, which is quite recent, and a Linux kernel 4.14. This is the rich execution environment side, and within the secure world, we have been using Opti. And Opti is a reference implementation for trust zone-based trusted execution environments that is currently maintained by Linaro, and also one of the go-to projects if you want to do trusted execution environment research, for example. So the first implementation detail we want to cover here is the very low-level access primitives that we're using. So we just have these three primitives here: an 8-byte read, and a 1-byte read, and a read of a null-terminated string to access arbitrary physical memory on the chip, memory that potentially belongs to the rich operating system. And having this, we can access all the data from the rich operating system, determine, for example, first-level page tables, and from given a first-level page table, we can make use of the next layer we implemented, which is the virtual memory access using very similar functions here, and those are based on a given first-level page table and the virtual addresses that should be accessed here. And using these access primitives, TB is able to first look for the task list that basically administers all the tasks that are executed on this operating system. We can traverse this list and look for the process we are interested in, let's say by the name of the process. And from there, we can get access to this process's first-level page tables. And having this entry, we're able to reconstruct the virtual memory of this process, and from there basically extract the data that we are interested in. Our prototype has certain limitations, so we have been primarily concerned with providing a proof of concept for TE-based introspection and the extraction of data from the rich execution context. The extraction is currently triggered manually, and in a production setup, you probably want to have something like an event-based or a polling-based mechanism. And by definition, for these introspection-based approaches, if certain data, like the cryptographic keys we're interested in, are already wiped from memory, we can no longer access it. We're just too late. So now we've covered the implementation. Let's look at the evaluation of the system. To test TB, we deploy a TLS-enabled Echo client on the target device and let it communicate with its corresponding Echo server. We wiretap the communication between these two communicating parties and get the encrypted traffic via this way. On the other side, we trigger TB during the communication and successfully extract the master secret and the client random of the TLS connection. And using both the encrypted TLS traffic and the master secret and client random, combine it with plugins from Wireshark, we can access the plain text of the traffic. So regarding the legal requirements, we think that TB is superior over existing techniques in the following ways. So regarding authenticity and integrity, we have a one-on-one copy of the telecommunication data that we obtained through classical wiretapping. And the data originates from a specific communication event. And this is guaranteed by the telecommunication provider. And if we now have a match of the exfiltrated key and the telecommunication data, this is a very strong indicator for the authenticity and the integrity of the evidence. So regarding reliability, since TB is part of the trusted computing base, only particular cryptographically signed versions of it can be loaded and executed inside of the TEE. And we also make use of manufacturer-supported ways to deploy TB, meaning we don't rely on unpatched security vulnerabilities to bootstrap the system. So third, regarding verifiability, we cannot directly repeat the process of extracting the key from memory, because after some time, the key is already wiped from memory and just cannot be repeated. But what we can repeat is obtaining the evidence from the originally captured data, meaning the encrypted data can be decrypted to obtain the digital evidence. And this is not the case for other techniques, and clearly is an increase of the evidential value for the evidence obtained using TB. With the discussion of these legal requirements, we're at the end of the talk, and I'm going to briefly summarize what we've seen on the last couple of slides. So we suggested to root remote forensic software in secure hardware. For this, we designed and implemented TB, a system that uses translation table introspection from the perspective of the trusted execution environment. And based on TB, we presented an argument about why this approach, rooting the forensic software and hardware, is superior over current practices. So thank you very much for your attention. After the talk, I'll be around for questions, and if you don't catch me up there, just shoot me an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcel. It was a very good presentation, and I believe that, the trusted execution environment is becoming more and more interesting because of the simple fact that, how we could just root the trust in the different environments. I have a question, just going back to this here, just that, do you know what are the performance impacts of having this trust zone, inside the system? How it would impact the overall, performance of your device?
Hello, Makan, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Just figuring out that everything works. Yeah. So by just having a trust zone-based system on the device, so you probably won't really see a difference, because probably the phone that you're using right now is using a trusted execution environment, and from a user experience perspective, you don't really, experience an impact. Especially with trust zone technology, like both of these worlds are using the main application processor, and like only from time to time execution time is given to the trusted execution environment. And from that perspective, I don't really think that a user would notice anything. So in terms of our prototype, so we've been basically implementing a prototype that gives us an option to do translation table introspection from the perspective of a trusted execution environment, right? And so we implemented the page table walk of the rich execution side in software. And that's a huge performance impact. Like usually you have an MMU that does all of that in hardware, and page table look-aside buffer, right? That like has a lot of caching infrastructure in there, and we did not consider optimizing for that yet. We just wanted to provide the community with the proof of concept, and yeah, this is a huge performance issue of this prototype, definitely.
Okay, but then you believe that it would be more or less transparent to the user. And then my second question here would be, I'm curious to see how you could just detect, because what you explained here is just that you download the memory of the virtual memory of the process. And I guess that, this is a dump of the memory. How you would just then detect, different keys in that memory structure?
Yeah. So we have a heuristical approach for that. Okay, so we have like these techniques to make sense of where the kernel resides in memory. From there, we have to know certain things about the kernel to make sense of its data structure for its management of the different tasks and processes. From there, we construct the virtual address spaces of individual processes, and within these processes, have some pre-assumptions about the data structures that are used by the cryptographic library, for example. In our prototype on Android, you're usually using boring SSL, and in there, we basically looked into the binary representation of the key material that is used in there, and we figured out some patterns, like fingerprints, to recognize these data structures in memory. And this is how we went about that. I think that's kind of the most naive approach, and you can probably do much better in that regard.
We have a question actually. Nazmul Hook, actually, he just asks that, is there any possibility of TEE getting affected by AI or ML algorithms by attackers? If yes, what measures could be taken in advance to prevent it? So mainly, is it kind of possible? I mean, I'm just trying to build on this. My understanding here is that could it be that, the attacker just somehow detects that he is under surveillance, or it assumes anyway that he is by default under surveillance, and he just use ML to change his behavior. You could talk about the steganography, just trying to hide the information among others. Can that be a scenario?
So is this question about the probability of detection? So if like a TEE-based mechanism is stealth, is that the question?
I believe okay, I just could unmute the person just to ask the question itself. But for me, my understanding was that I have to find person actually to begin with. Let me find the person.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead then.
Thank you so much. So my question is that you were talking about the system. So is it possible that the UT is getting affected by the users or by the machine learning system or machine learning algorithm?
Okay, so it's a question. Okay, I didn't get the last part, but I think what you're asking is about is this mechanism stealth, right? And if some AI or ML algorithm running in the rich execution context that we're trying to observe can somehow detect that it is being observed. And our assumption so far is no, because this trusted execution environment, by hardware means, is very, very isolated. And this introspection from the trusted execution environment side is just barely recognizable in terms of like what and where it is observing. So it's very similar to, and I said this in the presentation, this setup where a virtual machine is running on a hypervisor, and the hypervisor has full control of the RAM that is used by the virtual machine, right? And like how can the virtual machine notice that it is being introspected? So yeah, I think in the hypervisor case, like timing would probably be an issue, and we didn't really investigate like stealthiness in regard to timing in our prototype. But I think we would do better in that regard when you compare the hypervisor translation introspection scenario with the one we have here using trusted execution environments. So I hope that answers your question, like, partially.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
But I see here just that there's some material, just to think about it, because, the factory, just like the keys, for example, of the crypto material that we use, there are just, you just assume that the behavior of the system. So one knows that, many hackers, the way that they implement their own kind of a crypto, which is not a good idea, but they do, scrambling information. So the idea would be here, perhaps, how I could just take the ML, use the ML just to observe the behavior of the different organic processes inside, using trust zone, I could just observe different processes. And using ML, I could just, find out what exactly that process is up to. I believe Nicole had to me, what Nicole, the keynote presenter presented, was this. Well, that's perhaps an idea just to follow,
Yeah, it seems very interesting. So I'm not an ML person, but like combining like this kind of systems engineering and ML approaches for like forensics methods, that sounds promising. Yeah.
One last question. We have still time for one last question. I wanted to ask you how you believe that TEBE, your approach, can be extended to the other uses for forensics environments. Obviously you use that exactly just to, for specific ideas, but a specific purpose. But do you believe that this could be used beyond a simple, monitoring, I would call that? Like, kind of a lawful intercept, for example, something comes to my mind, because you talk about the telecom environment.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me rephrase my sentence. When you are in telecom environment, you have a lawful intercept, which means that by law, you could just monitor the communication from a device. Now, one of the problem here is that if this communication, as you mentioned, as you just showcased that in use case, is completely encrypted, obviously, you could not, that information is not that useful. But if you have this agent that you TEBI, and that's under control from the telecom provider, then you could actually read and write, or transmit the information from TEBI to the law enforcement organizations. But that's some ideas to come to my mind. Have you considered stuff like this or other usage of TEBI?
So actually in our paper, we have one section that talks about the legal requirements, and like this entire thing of, okay, what about like putting government software into the trusted execution environment? Is this like somehow from a law perspective in principle possible? And so we elaborate on different laws in different countries and come to the conclusion in our paper. It's way more detailed, but we come to the conclusion that in principle, like in all countries, we agree on the same principles and should be possible to somehow deploy some sort of software that is better in all the regards we just mentioned in the presentation, and can do much better than using weaponized exploits to infiltrate systems.
Excellent.
That is.
Yeah, that's another, you know, just a venue to be considered. Unfortunately, we don't have more time. We have to thank you, Marcel, for your presentation and answering the question. It was, you know, I hope that, you know, this helped just to for other also audience, also for the people in the audience also to understand better how TEE works and how these can be used for the forensics. Our next presentation is an intelligence criminal tracker for industrial espionage, applying digital data acquired on site to target criminals. It's going to be presented by Yoon Doko. Once again, I'm just sorry for the pronunciation. He is a PhD student of Computer Science Department of Texas Tech University. And he's also a digital forensic investigator of National Digital Forensic Center of Supreme Prosecutor's Office in South Korea. So, Yoon, if you want just to take over and just, you know, present, excuse me, sorry, Natasha, if you want just to present, you know, the video from Yoon.
Welcome everybody. This is an intelligent criminal tracker for industrial espionage, applying digital data acquired on site to target criminals, presented by Yoon Doko. Digital evidence can be the storytellers of who committed the crime and how it occurred. We just need to have the right forensic technology to make them talk. However, digital forensic practices get more challenging. An investigator needs to deal with many devices with a large volume in a limited time. Moreover, data security and privacy concerns are putting the alarm on the collection of digital devices, because they also include personal data and irrelevant details. For this reason, a field triage which can prioritize questionable data, analyze them, and acquire relevant data from a device has been highlighted as a solution. However, advances in technology make crimes more sophisticated. So it is difficult for an investigator to discover evidence from many devices without accurate field triage. There is no single gold standard for all crimes in the field triage. Therefore, a crime-specific field triage can be essential in acquiring evidence relevant for each type of crime. On top of that, industrial espionage is very involved in cutting-edge technology. Therefore, the need is increased for a high level of technical skills and domain knowledge of the crime. Now we propose an intelligent criminal tracker for industrial espionage. It primarily aims to acquire the minimum amount of relevant data from a device by performing an accurate data processing, and secondly aims to develop a reliable criminal profile based on its findings. The processing of the triage is focusing on discovery of criminals by examining key data usually involved in some type of patterns of this crime. For this work, we generate hypotheses based on the crime patterns and corresponding forensic techniques which were borrowed from the result of a previous paper. For a thorough understanding of the triage, let's overview its investigation methodology. First, it finds key files in order to examine the crime patterns related to the hypothesis. That's to say, it determines what actions a criminal might have taken based on the hypothesis. Furthermore, it identifies the specific linked activities supposed to be occurring in a system from that actions, and finds the key files which could be relevant to the alleged linked activities. Secondly, it conducts data processing. In the data processing, it performs the 4 tasks such as extracting, ranking, grouping, and profiling to pinpoint personal identifiers supposed to be used by criminals and to trace their activities. Thirdly, it performs the acquisition of the files from which the criminal activities were detected. Finally, it generates a final report, including a potential criminal profile. Let's see the 4 tasks clearly. In extracting task, the triage examines key files and extracts the identifiers which are likely to be related to the criminal activities and classifies them into the 10 types: waste user account, volume label, and account or password of email and instant message, etc. It also defines the scope of potential stolen files. Initially, the scope is defined as files recently created, accessed, modified, uploaded, downloaded, backed up, copied, or deleted by a user based on hypotheses 2 and 4. In ranking task, it ranks the identifiers by its frequency of occurrences in the output of the ranking test. It assesses a suspect candidate rate and an accomplice candidate rate by the different measures: 8 suspect testing conditions and 3 accomplice testing conditions. For example, an identifier that gets a score as a suspect candidate is the identifier which sends an email or instant message attaching any file in the stolen file list within the alleged crime time, or the identifier that showed suspicious activities, such as using an unusual account, URL, server, and USB, doing unusual data backups, or downloading, installing, and running an anti-forensic app. Under any single condition, an identifier accumulates 1 score whenever the identifier itself is returned as the output from the ranking testing, and according to the scores they achieved, all identifiers are ranked under the condition. That's to say, an identifier that gets the most scores is ranked as number 1 under the condition. Lastly, the ranks of identifiers achieved from all the conditions are summed and prioritized by the sum from small to large. Therefore, an identifier obtaining the smallest rank values is finally ranked as number 1. In grouping task, the triage classifies the ranked identifiers into groups based on 3 criteria, such as commonness, resemblance, and connection, because a criminal can use multiple identifiers, which often have some traits in common, or show certain connections. Identifiers in a group are also merged to another group by applying the rules repeatedly until all identifiers except the common account are finally grouped. Let's apply the 3 rules to grouping extracted identifiers. Identifiers in the rules are not case-sensitive, and these rules do not apply to the common components of identifiers, like @domains, or common accounts such as administrator or user. Apply commonness. If an identifier includes a white space, split it by the white space. Next, from the beginning of it, divide each segment split by a white space into the letter string, number string, and the others. Discard any segment that is less than 3 characters. Finally, any identifiers or each segment is a substring of another identifier. Group the identifiers into 1. Now applying resemblance. If the 2 identifiers contain the same characters, the number of which is more than a half of the characters of them, extract the same characters in the order from each identifier. If both of their extracted characters are in the same order, group the identifiers into 1. offline connection. If several identifiers in multiple sources are created from a single activity, group them into one. If there are paired personal identifiers in the same source, such as user ID and password for a website, classify each pair into a single group. Let's closely look at the example of 10 identifiers. As you see, the letter Harry or Potter are in common between the 5 identifiers, which are grouped into Group A based on commonness. HARRY is also included into Group A because of its resemblance with Harry, which already belongs to Group A. HPA4SN.com is grouped to Group A too, because it is paired with Potter, which belongs to Group A as email address and its password. In the same way, paul@gmail.com, John8482, and John are grouped into Group B. All groups sum the ranks of identifiers belonged to their group, and finally are ranked based on the sum from small to large. In profiling task, it traces the activities, gaining a score in ranking test of all identifiers belonging to the first ranked group, and generates a timeline describing the activities of a prime criminal. The timeline is arranged with identifiers and their source information, such as the linking time, rank condition number, identifier type, activity, entry attribute, and file attribute, examined from various artifacts in order, based on the similarity between their rules. It determines a certain time attribute, linking time, for sorting, because they are compatible to one another, and reflect the order of a user's activities related to the event. As you see, the timeline can display primary criminal activities, like modifying, uploading, or downloading target files, sending email using a USB, internet searching, etc., in chronological order by tracking events alleged to have occurred in the crime. In the end, the triage generates a forensic image of the paternal files referred to during data processing and created a final report detailing the outputs of each task, acquisition information, and descriptive timeline. Currently, this triage model only works on industrial espionage related to insider threat. Thus, further studies are needed to find new criminal patterns for cyber espionage and corresponding forensic techniques built in it. In addition, this approach can suggest a crime-based triage model as an adaptive strategy for criminal activities, which are different and complicated over time. As previously stated, digital evidence can be a storyteller with information on stolen files, criminal activity, and crime patterns. This triage will tell this evidentiary story even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yuan. It was a very good presentation, and nice to have you with us. I believe we have time for a couple of questions. Let me open the floor. I believe that, triage is a kind of, I believe that the triage, do you hear me, June? Okay, you're mute, by the way, but I mean, that's good. So I was saying that triage is becoming one of the most important activities that we have in cybersecurity, and forensics, because we have so much information from different resources that we need really to have a triage. But I have a question also for you. I mean, just going back to what you have done, what I just realized here is that in your triage, you consider the ranking different identifiers. I was curious here is just that, have you considered to take into account the context of the environment to do this triage for the forensics? What I mean by context here is just that, for example, what are the different attacks ongoing on that enterprise environment or for that criminal activity, and try just to connect this triage to what's going on actually in the enterprise at that moment. Have you considered something like this?
Yes, but it is very difficult to find some evidence based on the context.
Mm-hmm.
Each case, the issue is different. So I just try to find some common activity of this industrial espionage cases. For example, I couldn't pick up just some specific content related to industrial espionage, but I can pick up what types of file type or some activity. I just can classify some based on my experience and my investigation experience. I just classify some activities. Industrial espionage always happens.
Yes.
So yeah, so context meaning is if your context meaning is some kind of a content of the files, I can't. But it just the content meaning is some type of criminal activities.
Mm-hmm.
I tried.
Let me try to be clear. I mean, I might at least try to clarify my question. Mm-hmm. Here is that imagine that I am working in a smart utility environment, like mm-hmm. for example, that's and then the other one I have a cyber, I've been a cyber critical infrastructure in a government organization. And the other one is that, for example, in e-health environment. In e-health environment, obviously, I would see many more X-ray files, JPEGs, GIF, on other kind of images, for example, which I'm not very familiar with. Mm-hmm. But in the smart utility environment, I would have less of those. Then, when I'm just going to try to find out, the activities and to just try to define, perhaps I have to take into account that this is an environment that clearly I wouldn't have so many images, but this is an environment I would have naturally many images. So perhaps I have just to, somehow take that into account when I just go through the context, through triage, by taking into account what industry I am active at.
Yeah, I understand. But so in fact, they're based on the business, the stolen file or the target is different. So so my assumption is they're common. The stolen file is some type of a document file or Excel file based on my research, but there is some exception. Based on the type of business, the target file is totally different. For example, maybe some CAD file also can be some technical business. In that case, CAD file can be the target stolen file. Also, e-health business can be, we have to more focusing on some image file like that. So it is just a type of some common model. So if you want to focusing on some specific business, in that case, we just add some specific type of file or some specific type of criminal activity. So it is just concept.
I believe I get your answer. Your answer here is that this is a process that you put in place. It doesn't really matter what type of file you have. Let me ask you one another question because, so we have a question on the chat. I just put aside my question for the time being. Is Habib Luafi who asked the question. To what extent is reliable the approach of grouping identifiers based on common character / subwords? What about using ML to infer resemblance in identifiers based on the criminal behavior?
Yes. You're right. My paper, I didn't much research the ML machine learning technique. I didn't try to apply the ML to my work because I'm not good at that part. So I thought if I can just apply ML to my research
for example, some grouping, maybe it's worse, but just the reason I just I defined some common rule is just based on the many cases and some not only just industrial espionage cases, just as it's a common computer, just everyone's computer. I just take everyone's their some personal identifiers of everyone's computers, and then just I can try some rule to classify common lists and resemblance and something connections like that, and then I just check how it works it as well. So I couldn't prove it's working. I couldn't prove how can I say it's reasonable, but I just tested many cases and then just to have decide the rules I proposed is the works.
And I see your point. So if I just kind of recapitulate what you said, just that these are the general approach to identifiers, and this is not using ML. That said, I had also a question going, okay, wait a minute, but Habib has a comment. He just says, in the presence of multiple devices, how do you identify the relevant one? Yeah, so this one is just a, I defined some inside, it is just focusing on industrial espionage's inside threat. So I just defined what activity the criminal mostly did. And then just I also defined, I just only focusing on computer things. So based on the common criminal activity, industrial espionage criminal activity, I just focusing on which activity on the system can occur. And then I try to define just the relevant file relating to the system activity. So everything is just like step by step. And then just I tried, but I think these days really the mobile phone is used for just industrial espionage. So in that case, I can just I have to define what activities the criminal can do with the mobile phone. And it's the same processing. This is just only focusing on computer things. And then I show just my idea. And then if someone just adding some mobile phone feature relating to industrial espionage, and then just adding like that. So. Okay. I wanted just to have one comment. We don't have time to continue with the questions. Yeah. I still believe that there is another question, but I would leave you just to answer that question perhaps in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Or just have a private conversation, because we have unfortunately need to switch to the next presentation. I still believe that one comment I had, it was about, the identifiers, the fact that how you just, you just build the way that you group your identifiers based on the strings. And I believe that, this way would be, it would be interesting to see if there are other possible approaches to not build it on the name of the user, because that's the easiest way for a user to induce the cybersecurity professionals into perhaps a false false assumptions. We cannot just continue this discussion. Thank you very much, Jian, for your presentation. It was an excellent. We had many questions, and I believe there is clearly interest in this. But I invite Nazmul, just to have a discussion with you through email. Now, unfortunately, we have to switch we don't have time to continue this discussion. We have to switch to another very interesting presentation. It's about remote air gap live forensics. This is going to be presented by Tom. He is a recent graduate from the master's degree in the digital investigation and forensic computing at UCD in Dublin, and a security professional with history and mix of risk management, infosec audit, and application security testing. I believe he's just going to talk to us about something very interesting. Just a reminder for the people, for the interest of the people, air gap is just, systems are just generally a very security sensitive systems. So Natasha, if you could just please run Tom's
Hi, my name is Tom van der Musselen. I must say it's an honor to be here. Recently, I graduated and obtained a master's in digital investigation and forensic computing at the University College Dublin. As part of my final assignment, I identified some of the problems with traditional methods of investigating air gap systems, and I wanted to come up with a cheaper solution for performing remote air gap live forensics. With you, I will explore this solution during this presentation. So here's the problem. How can we react fast and still aim for a high success in the analysis of an incident? How can we keep it air gapped? How do we do live forensics and capture volatile data? And how can we do it in a cheap way? Now, during this presentation, I want you to imagine a scenario which could help you understand why I chose to explore a certain method. Now, this scenario is purely fictional. So we have a large customer that has multiple air gap systems around the world. For cost optimization, the customer chose a consultancy company for forensic services. We have one system in Germany and one in Russia, both, of course, air gapped. Now, both locations have field engineers on site who on a day-by-day basis operate the machinery and are not forensic investigators or IT specialists. Now, one day the customer believes that there is a coordinated attack happening involving two of their human-machine interfaces, or HMIs, and our consultant is based in Busan in South Korea. Now what? My first reaction when I posed this problem to myself was, you fly on site, you perform your investigation, but we all know that flying costs a lot of time and can become quite costly. Plus, we talked about a coordinated attack, so how can one consultant investigate multiple systems at the same time? A second option would be to introduce a network. Introducing networks, however, could potentially have a heavy impact on the system. Some network adapters might require special drivers to be installed and bring a big risk in terms of stability to the system, and sometimes even require a reboot. Additionally, this makes the system no longer air gap. This might tip off the attacker, for example, or even worse, it might start spreading to other systems. What if we install detection response tools? What if we go to the option of a post-installation of a client-server model using agents? Beyond the issues of introducing a network, the agents might have even a higher impact because they need to nest themselves deeply in the operating system. Another option would be to use collection tools that don't require an installation. However, these tools rely on a single snapshot and are therefore not live. When I reviewed some of these issues, I came up with 5 major goals for my solution in an attempt to reduce the risks identified in typical approaches. Can the system remain air-gapped and have no network connectivity but still perform live forensics remotely? First one. Second one, can I keep changes smaller than an installation of an EDR or network introduction? Third one, can the investigator demonstrate what actions have been performed and make the distinction between his actions, those of the malware, and those of the operating system? Is it somehow scalable? Can the consultant operate multiple systems at the same time? And can it be done in a cheap way with a very simple setup? For my solution, I ended up with a combination of hardware and software based on the Raspberry Pi Zero-W. The solution exists out of 3 major components. The first component here, the forensic dongle, is the actual physical device. So first of all, the Raspberry is very cheap. It's about 40 euros, including a micro SD card. It's fully USB powered, so there's no extra hassle with power banks or any adapters. It has a built-in Wi-Fi adapter, and it boots a Debian-based operating system. Now, typically the field engineer connects the Raspberry to the USB port on the air-gap system. The power of the USB port will start the device, and within the operating system, I created scripts that ensure segregation of the network connectivity to the consultant and the simulated hardware on the air gap system. So currently there are 4 devices that are simulated. The first one is a writable removable disk for capturing all the evidences for further analysis. The second one is a read-only removable drive that contains all of the tools that can be used during the live session, password dumping tools, sysinternals, and even the data collection tools mentioned earlier. Somehow the consultant requires a bidirectional option for interaction with the system. Here I chose for a COM port rather than a network to respect the air gap. And lastly, I emulate a keyboard so you can send raw keystrokes to the system. With the hardware simulation, all is well, but it still doesn't do anything. So I had to come up with an execution piece on the air gap system. I chose for a custom Visual Basic 6 application. It does seem old, but it allows maximum compatibility with older systems. So once the dongle is fully booted and the hardware is ready and simulated, the tools drive will contain an executable called aircontroller.exe. And what does this do? The air controller detects all of the hardware and uses it for interaction with the consultant. So it monitors the COM port for incoming instructions, it then decodes the payload, executes it, and sends the output back to the consultant and saves all evidences on the data drive. The last major component is the forensic dongle console. It is a Visual Basic.NET program operated by the consultant and used as a central management tool. So in real quick, the console will beacon out and discover the expected dongles in the field, regardless of their physical location. And then once the dongles are reporting in, the console is then used to task the dongles with payloads and gather the output of the execution back to it. I wanted to compare my solution against other industry solutions. So my biggest requirement here was a similar price class. The solution that matched closest with my solution are Google Rapid Response, Mozilla Investigator, and Facebook OS Query. Just a note, Facebook OS Query is by default a local solution, but it comes with plugins to send data to a remote system such as a syslog server. I evaluated both of the options with and without the plugins, and we will just rename them differently. So OS Query A, that will be the local option behind the keyboard. OS Query B will be the option where data is regularly pulled and sent to the syslog. As we go through the 5 major goals, I will compare my solution with these 4. This goal actually has to meet 3 things. The first one, remote, can the dongle and the consultant be in different physical locations? Second is live. The investigator needs to be able to interact in real time with the running air gap system. And the last one is, can it remain air gapped? On one end, we have the investigator sitting in Busan, and on the other side, we have our air gap system in Berlin. The goal would be that the investigator can do something on the air gap system without having any direct network connectivity. So our consultant operates the forensic dongle console. Here in step 1, you will see that the dongle will try to discover all of the deployed dongles in the field, regardless their physical location. Once the dongle checks in, the investigator can send then a task to the dongle. The task is sent to a Flask web server running on the dongle over TCP/IP, and it is the only visible part to the consultant. Then in step 3, the dongle sends the received task through the simulated hardware, and that is the only visible part to the air gap system. The air controller then will immediately decode, verify the structure of the instructions, such as what is the type of command, the expectation of additional parameters. Once it passes the structure check, it will perform the instructions immediately. Then once it is finished, the air controller sends the response back through the COM port in step 6, or in case of large files, it will just send a completion message saying that the evidence is saved on the data drive. A separate forwarding service in step 7 running inside the dongle will send the output back over TCP/IP to the console, and never ever is there a direct connection to the investigator or to a network. The Flask, the simulated hardware, and the forward services provide a segregation. So the conclusion here is the forensic dongle is capable of sending real-time tasks to the air-gap system and thus respect the air-gap. As the other solutions besides the OS query option A, I'll need a direct IP connection from the air-gap system to the management console or to a syslog server. It is not considered fully air-gap. The option A of OS query is fully air-gapped by sitting behind the keyboard. However, this is not remote, and it requires the investigations to sit behind the keyboard. So the conclusion is that the only solution that meets all three requirements is the forensic dongle. In our scenario, there were two locations involved in a coordinated attack. So can we operate multiple dongles in one session? Additionally to this, it needs to be very easy for the field engineer to deploy. So the field engineers cannot keep track of what dongle is deployed where and why. The way I approached it was by using hostname as an identifier for the dongle in the field. So this is very easy for the investigator to prepare during the incident or upfront. The hostnames can be anything that is allowed by MDNS standards. However, there cannot be any duplicate names deployed in the field. Here in the example, I use dongle 22 for Berlin. Next one can be dongle 23 for Moscow. Now, dongle 22 is not a very friendly name for the investigator, so I added some fields that are not required, but allow him a little bit more of context. When preparing a dongle, it allows you to set a custom serial number and a manufacturer name. It is not required, however, we'll touch on this later in the presentation. The configuration of a dongle can be done through the console or can be done through quick edits, some config files. So how does this practically work? So the investigator provides the dongle hostname to the field engineer. For example, you are holding dongle 22, go plug it in one of the suspected systems. Then the field engineer plugs it into any compromised system. What is important is that the field engineer identifies the system it is plugged in. For example, Centrifuge Alpha 2 HDMI second floor in Berlin. The investigator can then assign a friendly name. Of course, I need to be able to communicate with the dongles, which have IP addresses, and I don't want to use any pre-configured fixed IP address scheme. So how do I find the IP address of a dongle somewhere in a building? I opted for resolution using MDNS. MDNS allows the use of DHCP and allows maximum flexibility for the investigator. Once all the dongles are discovered, the console will pull them on a regular interval and show up as alive. Each dongle is now ready for tasking. Conclusion, multiple dongles can be used in one investigation with minimal configuration, and the solution is scalable. All these solutions here work with an agent that needs to be installed and can operate multiple agents at the same time. The exception here is OS query A, where the investigator is actually sitting behind the keyboard. It can be installed on multiple systems, but in our example, with a limited amount of investigators and multiple physical locations, it makes it impractical and not scalable. So the overall conclusion here is that all of them except OS query A are scalable. A lack of patches, limited set of drivers, old software versions, and a stripped-down operating systems make HMIs very fragile. I wanted to minimize the impact on a system and keep the changes small to preserve a maximum amount of volatile data. As you can see here, all the solutions except the forensic dongle need to be installed and therefore leave a lot of persistent changes on the file system. Now, changes are required to the network configuration in order to connect to the server or syslog for all of the solutions except the forensic dongle. The forensic dongle, on the other hand, has more changes in registry. The simulated hardware creates many volatile registry changes in HKey local machine/system. To maintain functionality, it has the heaviest impact on the registry here. Now, the conclusion is that compared to the solutions requiring a post-installation, the forensic dongle has the lightest persistent impact on the system. For the ACPO rule number 2, it is crucial that we are able to demonstrate our actions so that we can make a distinction between our actions, the one of the attacker, and the one of the operating system. I tried to approach this traceability using 3 techniques that allowed me to some degree comply with the requirements of ACPO rule number 2. So can I uniquely identify the commands issued by me? Do I have timestamps on all of my actions so that I can demonstrate when I've performed a certain action? Additionally, do I have sufficient logging? How can I correlate input of a command, execution of a command, and evidence capturing of a command? My approach here was to assign each command or task a unique identifier and use this throughout the lifecycle of the command. So once a command is created, it gets assigned a UUID and stored in the SQLite database. The UUID gets encoded within the payload of the command. So the air controller then decodes the payload, and one of the mandatory parameters it will verify is this UID. So for every action, the air controller stores the UID in memory during execution and encodes it back into the output, which is then sent to the consultant. The console, the forensic dongle console, can then correlate the task instructions with the received output and the captured evidence on the data drive. When we plug in a USB device, it will leave a lot of traces in the registry. But how can I make a distinction between my devices and those of the attackers? As I mentioned earlier, I provided the option to enter a custom serial number and manufacturer. So by using the unique combination of the manufacturer and the serial number, I can identify which is my USB stick and which ones is not mine, for example, the ones of the attacker. Timestamps. So when we break down the solution, it uses three sources of timestamps. The first one being the console, the dongle, and the air controller. So the first question is, are they reliable? Because there's only two timestamps that are under our control, that being the dongle console and the dongle itself. Both of them are NTP synced. But then there's a problem with the air gap system. There's no way of knowing that the air gap system times is set correctly, that the time does respect summer-winter time, or that it is synced, which probably not, because the air gap system has no internet. Beyond that, we are dealing with different time zones. So I try to mitigate this by capturing the time and settings of the air gap system at the beginning of the investigation and send it instantly back to the console. The time difference of the evidence captures can be calculated using the delta between our time and the time the air gap system reports. We have three logging components in our solution: the dongle, the console, and the air gap system. So within the console, first of all, every action, every task, every host name, every dongle are persistently recorded in the SQLite database. Also within the console, there's a persistent plain text file, but that's mainly a focus on the console program itself, with error messages such as unable to add the dongle, cannot establish communication, and so on. On the dongle itself, all the operational system loggings remain persistent on the image. That includes NTP sync times as well as Flask web server errors. And lastly, on the air controller, all of the evidence, job details, payloads are stored on the data drive. When we have a look at the other solutions, all of them have traceability in them, with the exception of OS query, as every command does not receive a unique identifier. Additionally, it uses the system time of the air gap system, and therefore the time is not reliable. And then the last goal, is it cheap and is it easy to set up? At the time of writing, I was able to buy the Raspberry with a simple micro SD card for 39.3 euros. So both locations have one Raspberry and one micro SD card on site, and that brings the total of cost of hardware at 78.6 euros. The other solution, flying around, is calculated using Skyscanner. Skyscanner is a site which scrapes different airline companies and it searches for the best deals. Now, in order to play it fair as possible, I let the consultant fly in lowest economy. There's no extra things such as priority boarding, extra suitcases, and so on. So the best route for our consultant, or the cheapest route, was to fly from his home in South Korea to the first location in Berlin. That was at a cost of 1,594 euros and 19 hours in the air with 2 layovers. Then the consultant does his work in Berlin and it takes off to Moscow. After 2 layovers, 8 hours in the air and spending an additional 305 euros, the consultant arrives in Domodedovo. To keep things very simple, I did not include any other expenses such as hotel nights, taxis, meals, and so on. As well, the hour rate of the consultant, while being idle at the airport, at layovers, or watching movies on the plane, are not included in this calculation. So in our example, the dongle is at least 24 times cheaper and the setup time has significant advantages. So the conclusion here is the forensic dongle meets of being cheaper than the traditional methods. As we summarize all of the goals here, we can conclude that the forensic dongle meets all of the 5 goals, so it can perform true air-gap remote live forensics in a scalable and in a cheap way. I hope this presentation was useful for you and you have enjoyed the exploration of the solution, and I'm more than happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. It was really interesting. I mean, especially the fact that, we're talking about air gap systems, and it has been a huge interest around, because of the geopolitics, because of the Stuxnet and others, about, air gap systems. And Tom, are you online?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm here.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. So I had a question from Habib. And the question here is just that, why don't you use IP addresses to identify the host instead of a host name, which is not always unique?
The host name is something that you define within the console or on the dongle itself. An IP address can change. Whenever I connect to a guest Wi-Fi on the nuclear plant in Moscow, for example, I can have the same one in Berlin. A host name which I define is unique. So whatever IP address gets assigned to it, it doesn't matter for me.
Okay.
That way I can always find the dongle wherever it is around the world.
So the factory, just if I understood you, I mean, the uniqueness of that host name is based on what you choose. So as the host name is not random, so you obviously, you would choose, kind of unique names not to confuse those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, our example, it was dongle 22 for Berlin, but you can name it something else if you want, as long as it's unique. So there cannot be any 2 of the same names in one investigation. So if you have 2 dongles and they're both dongle 22, the console doesn't know which one is where.
Mm-hmm. Question I have also, I believe it's very interesting, but the question I have here is just that, because we are talking about a highly secure systems and very sensitive information, I believe, I'd guess that, some of the people could be, some of the, the air gap system could be very sensitive to the information is running. You have the air controller actually is running in the secured system. Not only that, but also you have a dongle who is going to be plugged into the system. So I was curious that, how have you considered to authenticate this software running on those systems? Or just be sure of the integrity of the software?
No, so you're absolutely right. It's an interesting question. So during my research, with the limited time that I had, I did come up with limitations of the program and the solution, and one of them was security. So right now, every component is considered trusted. There's no mutual authentication. There's no integrity checks. This was mainly based on the lack of time.
Yeah.
But it's definitely an area which needs to be explored, where there's an absolute guarantee that the evidence from the controller is actually, in fact, the evidence received to the consultant. Mm-hmm. So definitely.
Yeah. And I was just thinking about what we were just talking in the beginning of the session. You remember that we were talking about the TEE. So it is reasonable, perhaps, because not all of the systems that are air gap, many of them are industrial systems, but some of them, you could imagine that you have to support TEE, because now TEE is becoming a kind of normal, that in different versions that would be trusted on ARM or just Intel SGX, or I believe AMD has another name for that. So anyway, this is becoming just normal. So you could imagine that your air gap system would have a TE support, and you have a software remote attestation.
Yeah, so that is, I think, mainly focused on the PLCs. So my focus was on the human machine interface, so the actual interface that the engineer use, which is most of the time just a plain Windows XP or something which is outdated. The actual PLCs might have special hardware which you can query, but then it might be very difficult to do forensics on those. These PLCs have a very limited instruction set. They're made for specific instructions. Maybe they don't see the whole picture of the operation because the machine interface operates multiple of those PLCs and systems for a defined process or a defined purpose. A single PLC might not see the whole picture then. So,
which brings me to the next question. So your dongle is plugged into the system, but I believe that you answered the question here. My one of the question was that how then the connection is secured between the dongle and the consultant console. I guess that this is something that you would need to put in place.
So I did. I created another Raspberry, but this was outside the scope of the paper here and the presentation. It was mainly a VPN device which called back to the consultant. And within the dongle, there's a preset WPA key. So there's a Wi-Fi key that needs to connect to the other Raspberry, and the other Raspberry will call back to the consultant because, I can be anywhere. So it's,
Okay.
I hope that
so you use a symmetric session key just to set up the VPN between your dongle and other, a Raspberry Pi, who would be just kind of a VPN termination point. And then you use from that termination point contacting the console. Other solution I was just thinking, just to use a plain, because you have already a Flask web server on there running, so, you could just plainly use a HTTPS kind of approach based on the certificates on two ends, end to end between the console and the dongle. That's another thing that I was just thinking that could be done too.
Yeah, it's the main reason why I did the site-to-site VPN solution is because I use multicast DNS or MDNS for resolution, and of course there's no DNS server configured on site in Moscow or in Berlin. So if they are all in the same multicast domain, it's very easy to say, okay, where is dongle 22? And I don't need to set up any DNS servers or anything. That's why I chose the route of site-to-site VPN as a transparent layer for the dongle.
Okay, good. So if you have to improve this work, what would be your next step to make this work, more stronger and improve it?
I would definitely try and explore different technologies or options because it's very limited. The biggest limitation here, to my view, is the comfort. It's a very limited bandwidth. It's not very stable. So it's easy to get slowed down in an investigation or maybe miss certain things in investigation. So I would definitely try to explore maybe faster solutions, multiple comports, loopback adapters, or any other possibilities. I've even thought about cameras and QR code as a feedback loop.
Different things. Okay, thank you. Is there any? I don't see any other questions on the chat. But I believe that, and let me thank you. I mean, we are getting to the end of this session. Well, before I have some, information to provide you, but before just going there, I wanted just to thank all the authors and all the presenters for being here, for presenting their work and answering all the questions. It was great, at least to me. It was really informative, and I really enjoyed to learn more about what's done here. And but then let me just with this, I will just have a virtual round of applause to all the different authors and presenters here. Thank you guys for being here. Let me just provide you a little bit before we just call it go on the break. I wanted to inform you that for next year, the conference would be taking place in Singapore, and ICDF2C 2021 would be in late fall in Singapore, and it would be a much bigger event. Hopefully, we would be done with COVID, and then people would be able to be present in person. That would be great. Singapore is one of the Asian homes. It is one of the commercial hubs of Asia, and there are many multinational IT companies that are in the area in Singapore, but also is the Interpol Global Center for Innovation. So it's in this modern multicultural city that we would see, the next ICDF2C conference. So once again, thank you. We will now go on, we will have a break, and we would just take the discussion with session 2, which would be about cyber physical systems forensics, would be chaired by Pavel. And, we'll see you in exactly 26 minutes. Thank you guys, and see you.
что-то нажала? И что, значит, так нажала случайно?
А зачем зубы? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second session of ICDF2C 2020 conference. This session is about cyber-physical forensics, and many times digital forensics is used in cyber-related crimes to prove criminal intent, awareness, or indeed the actus reus of crime by digital means. And this is well known to all practitioners in our discipline, that documents can frequently serve as the source of evidence in fraud investigations. However, nowadays, with the development of new technologies, mobile technologies, Internet of Things, we see new applications of digital forensics in investigation of such systems. And today we will discuss 3 papers touching upon this subject. My name is Pavel Gladyshev. I'm an associate professor in University College Dublin in Ireland. And I would like to welcome my colleagues. Associate Professor Alexey Chilikov from Bauman State Technical University in Moscow, Russia, and Sheikh Akib Shahryar, a researcher at the Rochester Institute of Technology, who will participate as discussants in this session. Hello, Alexey.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you pretty well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. So our first paper discusses the application of mobile phone forensics to investigation of car accidents. And it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Lukasz Bortnik from Tallinn, who will deliver his speech on Android DAPSIS analysis, which can be used to indicate driver distraction in car accidents. Please start the video.
Good day, researchers. My name is Lukasz Bortnik. At the time of conducting this research, I was a technology branch researcher at NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Tallinn, Estonia. On behalf of me and the second author, Artūras Lavrenovs, I will present our work on topic Android DAPSIS to investigate driver distraction. To convenience, I will present the outline of the upcoming presentation. I will start with introduction and problem definition. From that, I will explain where our motivation came from. Then I will briefly discuss limitations and challenges what we faced during our research. Next, I will continue in analysis background and explain the methodology, what we use in our work. Then I will present the results of our study with a brief tour through the synthetic case study which we conducted to verify our research. And at the end, my presentation will be finalized with conclusion and proposals for future work. When we are speaking about driver distraction caused by interaction with a mobile device, the most common activities such as calling or texting can be easily identified from mobile phone user interface, or if needed, the evidence can be also collected from the traffic metadata acquired from the ISPs. This can be a quick win, but it would not really work for offline activities, which do not leave visible traces at user interface, nor in form of metadata at ISPs. A good example is just simple home button touch. A possible way to detect these activities can be the analysis of system-level data, which can be quite challenging, especially with newer devices with locked bootloaders or secured startups. Although the file system acquisition is possible in many cases, the analysis can be a completely different story. The problem is that with the current mobile phone forensic analysis solutions are not so simple to reflect or to detect specific car accident related activities. For instance, an attempt to reply to an incoming message can lead to driver destruction and eventually to the car accident, but whether this type of activity can be detected by forensic tool is just really questionable. So how can we approach this problem? Android devices are equipped with an interactive interface to observe user and system activities via Logcat and the DAMSys tool. The primary benefit is that they allow an access to the portion of the system level data which isn't normally visible from the standard user interface. This is definitely nothing new, but even this ability to abuse diagnostic data for forensic purposes has been known for almost a decade. The topic has received only limited research attention. One of the most relevant, Mr. Horstman and Mr. Coney's research Logcat content. Apart from now obsolete operating system versions which they investigated, Android 4.1 and Android 4.3, the main problem with the Logcat is that the content is highly volatile and the content can be easily lost after really short system runtime. Speaking about Android versions, Android 5.0 has introduced several great features like usage statistics, which offered us an amazing opportunity to detect almost any human interaction with mobile device, but the research of those was also omitted. Nevertheless, an idea to investigate Android Logcat data gave us an inspiration to dive deeper, and to our surprise, the research on Android DAMSys hasn't been far exhausted yet. Hence, our primary motivation was to inspect the current state of DAMSys diagnostic data, and by that, to extend the range of novel investigation techniques which would allow us to conduct an investigation without any necessity to interrupt system integrity. Secondly, which will be sufficient to indicate any driver activity, be it a simple texting or just home button touch to light on the screen. And if necessary, it would also help us to differentiate whether the activity came from driver directly or whether it was spawned by operating system. All in all, our intention was to extend the range of known artifacts and to define a fundamental layer for automated post-processing and eventually to focus on more granular research. When it comes to limitations, the primary limitation is definitely rapid development, which may quickly invalidate certain research results. Then the scope of explorer devices. So the research results might be limited to device-specific hardware or operating system. Lastly, the research outcomes are highly dependent on empirical examination supported by limited documentation and limited related research. So what challenges we faced? Firstly, only limited number of system events are timestamped, and if the timestamp is even present, the format may differ across different services. We also understood that time resolution of each set of events may vary from milliseconds to minutes. So if multiple same source events are generated within the same minute, all of them will have the same timestamp. This might result in misinterpretation. Last but not the least, because individual services generate events in a very custom format, it just requires individual examination of each single service. So how did we approach these challenges? As the output from the DAMSys is quite verbose, our priority was to exclude irrelevant data from irrelevant services. So what we did, we separately triggered each individual service and the output was manually examined. And since our final goal was to construct a timeline dataset, the first criterion was whether there is a timestamp. If an event did not contain any timestamp, it was simply excluded. Next, we inspected whether the event is subject relevant. Events like currently consume memory or CPU are case irrelevant, so they were excluded. In case of doubts, events which are events were examined and correlated in the context of all other events. For example, the raw output from Wi-Fi service seemed to be quite irrelevant, but after decoding, we realized that it tracks turning the screen on and off, or it tracks also user logins regardless the Wi-Fi setting is turned on or off. Then we examined the events to identify under what conditions each individual event is or is not generated. The scope of the tests was always customized for each artifact. Once we discovered what triggers particular event, we repeatedly trigger it and verified the presence of the context. Unreliable behavior means that the event was just simply excluded from the observation. Again, in case of doubts, the artifact was returned to the repeated correlation. Then we conducted so-called volatility test. At first, we tested whether the event survives reboot, and then the next condition was, or the next test was under which condition the event persists, for instance, the number of or the size of the buffer lock. Then we verified whether particular artifact exists on other, mostly older operating systems. And before we finally built the timeline, we normalized events into the one single common structure. So we delimited all accepted events into three fields, date, time, and the message body, with the timestamp already converted to the common format. Then, just for the purpose of this analysis, for the events which were not timestamped with at least 1 second resolution, we introduced so-called order number, which maintained the order of events in which they initially appeared in the system log. Then, to simplify timeline filtering, each individual event was enriched with 4 additional fields. First, the source, which just follows the name of the service which generated the event. Then class, which just followed the class name where the event came from. And then, based on the observation, research theory, and the contextual meaning, we defined the event type and the description, which clarifies the meaning of the message body and the activity type with a greater granularity. Consequently, each case relevant event which was extracted from the DAMSys had a common unified structure. And basically, the final product, the timeline, was created and we were ready for analysis. So what we received, the preliminary examination returned a list which consists of 8 out of 225 supported services for this particular tested model. These 8 services were identified to be sufficient enough to describe nearly all user interaction with mobile device. Now I will skip the description of these services because you can find the description in the paper, but I would like to briefly discuss volatility. Regardless the system was or was not rebooted, we were able to retrieve user behavior not just from last few minutes, as it was the case for Lockcut, but in the same in the particular cases, we were able to retrieve the evidence or the artifacts from the almost last day, like in the case of activity or usage stats. But what is more important or interesting, in case of Bluetooth Manager from the last 5 months or respectively 5 days from Custom Frequency Manager service, which is sufficient enough to indicate any activity, not just to the recently related to the car accident as a primary subject for investigation. Now, let me please briefly discuss our case study by which we demonstrated and simulated a car accident after driver interacted with a mobile device. The evidence acquisition was limited to 8 out of the 225 supported services, which I mentioned previously. all simulated activities what we defined in the script were successfully detected, including Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity. So we detected when driver left home as he was disconnected from his home router. Then we detected when he started the engine approximately as he was connected to the car's Bluetooth. Then of course SSID names and the names of the connected devices. Then the time when driver connected his phone via USB cable to his car entertainment system. Also internet browsing, including terms which he searched for. Then we were able to detect that when driver started Chrome application to search for the destination. Then we detected how was the phone call conducted, what audio route it took, and also that the driver switched from one mode to another. Then we also detected that moving from one application to another, meaning from one navigation application from Waze and moving to the Google Maps. We also detected quitting PIP mode, if the phone supports it, of course, but this one supported. Then we detected texting, taking pictures, and so on and so on. Just as a side note, since the Wi-Fi was still on, the scanning of nearby network was also on, so we also detected or determined the route which driver took. One of the, just a small example how we can approach the analysis. So one of the options is to observe usage stats. Just for clarification, these events cannot be generated without user interaction. So all events, once they are visible in the log, they just mean that the user conducted this activity. In this case, we can see that user was moving from one application to another, in particular from Waze to the phone call. So we know that basically user switched from navigation to the phone call. He received a phone call and eventually switched also away from conducted phone call. Here in this case, as it was version 8.0, we still have a really low time resolution, but from Android 9, the resolution of this artifact changed to 1 second, so it's more detailed, so we don't need the order number what we discussed in the previous section. Another option how to approach this analysis is to look at the phone logs. For instance, in this particular case, we were able to detect when the call started, also when the phone call was moved, the ringing was moved to the Bluetooth route, so basically ringing was directed through the car speakers, and also when the phone call started, meaning entering the active Bluetooth route, also active Bluetooth route when it was left, and also when the user switched to his earpiece mode. In other words, basically we were able to detect when the user or the driver switched from one mode to another and basically violated the traffic rules. Eventually, we also know when the phone call was destroyed. Another option how to approach this analysis, also to merge more input. In this case, we added another artifacts from screen activity, for instance, where here in this particular example, we can see the natural behavior of the phone call. At the beginning, the screen is off. Then when the phone call starts, the screen goes on naturally. When the phone call is eventually answered, the screen goes off after a certain time. And then when you finish your phone call, the screen goes naturally on for a moment. And if you don't interact with the phone, in this case, it was 7 seconds approximately, or 8. So eventually the screen went off. This is just another short example how we can basically benefit from the diagnostic output of the DAMSys tool. This drives me to the conclusion. The goal of the study was to analyze the scope of the prospective digital evidence which resides in the diagnostic data acquired from the ADB DAMSys tool. Results from the analysis and the synthetic case study proved that this technique can be used in the real-life car accident investigation. investigators have several options to determine user interaction with the mobile device, including their logins, texting, calling, and so on. Like any other operating system, the range and the structure of the events described may be invalidated by newly implemented upgrades. But despite this fact, the core services such as activity, Bluetooth manager, usage, stats, and the Wi-Fi have been identified across a selection of different mobile device brands, types, and operating system versions across from Android 5 to Android 10. What is more important, the outcome of this study can assist forensic practitioners to reveal additional evidence while investigating any type of crime or supporting even intelligent operations. Discovered artifacts may clarify the scope of used applications, services, paired accounts, paired devices, connected networks, visited locations, and so on. In addition, currently demonstrated method can assist investigators to verify suspect's alibi, build communication networks, or even verify whether the device security has been breached. Last but not the least, it can also provide a vital framework for targeted preparation, automated post-processing, and visualization. With regards to the future work, one of the biggest challenges identified in this study was to determine login activities. A significant, more believable artifact of the user's login activity can be extracted from the Android buffer log. But we already know that the main drawback of a buffer log is its volatility. And so the future research should be focused either on less volatile evidence or on methods to extend the artifact's lifetime. Another focus should be taken on activity service, which has not been far investigated fully. Activity service generates almost 25% of all Dempsey's output, but we covered only one from 13 classes which are available for this service. Of course, there is also necessity for verification of discovered artifacts in the newer releases, especially from Android 9+. And then when it comes to the Android 9+, just for comparison, the investigated device was supported by 225 under Android 8, but already on Android 10 it was supported with 300 services, which means there is a new artifacts and new services to be discovered or explored. Last but not the least, automated post-processing, it's just a must because it would make this approach deployable in real-life investigation. I think this is all from my side, so thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, just don't hesitate to ask me online or just write me an email, and I will be really happy for that. Thank you for your attention, and goodbye.
Thank you. Hello, Lucas, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for joining us for this discussion session. So I would like to, first of all, thank you for this very interesting work on Android Dempsey's forensics. And I would like to ask the audience, whoever have just listened to this presentation, to think about and formulate questions while our discussants will ask their questions. So I will start by asking Akib to whether you have any questions to Lucas at this point, and if so, could you please start?
Thank you, Dr. Pavel. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you for the presentation. It was a nice presentation, and I have also gone through your paper. It was well explained, in-depth work, and it was a good flow of the paper overall. So I have a specific question, like in the paper you have suggested around 8 services, Dempsey services, through which we can analyze the overall situations, the overall accident situation. And among them, there is in section 4.1, there was, section 4.3, there was the mention about the Wi-Fi service that you have used. Yeah. Yeah, but you have also mentioned that it does not survive the system reboot. So that would be a volatile service, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So then, according to your, I guess, methodology or the preliminary examination that you have performed, should it be suggested as a reliable DMSIS service, or should it be excluded from the 8 that you suggested? Because it does not follow the overall algorithm that you have suggested, as it is a volatile service.
Yeah, well, it depends what is your situation. If you receive a phone which hasn't been rebooted yet, so and you have a chance to dump the DMSIS in time, so I would do it definitely, because I know that Wi-Fi service will keep this information. Whether it is reliable or not, it's a very good question, but I would say that since it provides very reliable results, I can consider this service as a reliable option, even though after reboot the information is gone. Anyhow, many information from diagnostic output is often lost, even not just after reboot, but also after a certain user activity. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I wouldn't really consider as this service as unreliable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucas. Next, I'd like to give word to Professor Chilikov. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I have a question. As I understand right, all services use one system time for timestamps for all. We have a different precision, but the basement of all of them is one for all. System time for device which we use.
Yeah. I think I read your question. I can hear only every second word from you, but if I read the question in the chat, so first of all, I mean, when you are conducting investigation, the first thing you should verify the time. So when you are dumping the DMSIS, you can check the time, actual time, and then in the dump from the DMSIS, you can check what was the actual time of the dump. So you can easily compare what is the real time and what is the time of the dump. And then you can verify whether the time is trustworthy or not. Also, I believe in the times in the phone settings, you can check whether the time comes from ISP, which is often the case, or it comes from other source. So yeah, I think the system time it's possible to very easily to check whether it's correct or not.
Oh, okay, I understand. And as a result, we can try to reconstruct the sequence of events, but it's maybe not fully correct because we can have a different precision for different services. Yes.
Yes, you are absolutely right. There was a case with especially Android 8. There was usage stats. It was which I presented, where you have a 1 minute resolution. But based on the investigation, we figured out what is the order of the events which are generated, and basically you can be from the top to the down or down to the top, and this order is maintained. It's not interrupted. So integrity is maintained. And then when you have to correlate with other events, which are, for instance, with the second resolution, it's unfortunately manual work. You need to see what events belongs to which and other events, but it's doable. It's doable. Yeah.
And the events of for different services is have small time or only at most 1 day, as I understand. because I think this idea to analyze this log file can be used for other activity, not only for drive accidents. But in this case, one day is sufficient, but for different activities, for different incidents, I think it's not.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It depends what is the case, actually. But there are actually artifacts like SSRM service, which I described also, I think, in the last section, where we could extract from last 5 months, which was quite interesting. And this log contained very granular information, for instance, about even like routers which you visited in the last 5 months, which you connected, disconnected, when you left the place, basically when you disconnected. Also, the name of the Bluetooth connected devices, either it is car or your headphones or whatever, basically Bluetooth connected. So all these names were there. So depends what is your research question, sorry, investigation questions, and how far you actually have to go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Lucas. We have one question from the audience. Victor Malombe is asking about reliability of conclusions based on faultiness of the device being investigated. Have you made provisions for activities that may result due to rogue apps? For example, faulty touch screen sensor may open some apps without user input. What would be the impact of unexpected behavior of the hardware on the conclusions?
It's really hard to answer this without doing the test, but you can't really evaluate the single event which is just randomly appear in the log. You have to always evaluate all events in the correlation of other events. So for instance, if you just randomly touch the screen, well, there will be maybe one touch as an event, but if you do something like for instance, if you intentionally want to call or text, so there is a series of events starting with home button touch, logging in, browsing through your applications, starting particular application, in this case, whatever, Messenger, then composing the message, sending the message, and all these activities build kind of chain of activities, and then you can be sure whether this activity was random activity or wasn't. During our research, we also focus on we try to differentiate which activity is and is not caused by human interaction. As an example, again, coming back to the user stats, we discovered that this application or this log cannot be actually triggered by any other external trigger. Either it is incoming phone call or something. It must be a user interaction, otherwise it doesn't appear in the log.
Well, thank you very much, Lucas. I think it opens much bigger question about error rate of forensic techniques, and I also have several questions, but unfortunately we don't have much time for discussing this paper. And I want to thank you again for participating in this conference. And if anyone, myself included, have any further questions, please feel free to contact Lucas via email. So
thank you again. Goodbye.
Thank you, and have a lovely day. Please stay around if you like and ask questions about other papers presented in this section. So our next paper explores traffic accident further. In addition to someone using mobile phone while in the car, modern cars themselves contain a lot of information which can be used for forensic inferences. And the next paper presented by Marian Waltereit from University of Duisburg-Essen is touching on this point. The paper is called A Digital Forensic Approach for Optimizing the Investigation of Hit and Run Accidents and it specifically looks at the questions of privacy and the ability of law enforcement agencies to request sensitive information before the actual suspects are identified. So let's watch his presentation.
Hi, my name is Marian Waltereit. I'm a PhD student at the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. In this talk, I will present our digital forensic approach for optimizing the investigation of hit-and-run accidents. In recent years, vehicles have become digital platforms equipped with a wide range of sensors. This allows for using in-vehicle data to provide digital evidence as a complement to physical evidence when investigating traffic accidents. In our work, we focus on the investigation of hit-and-run accidents, because this type of accident often proves to be fatal, either as a result of the collision or because of poor first aid. Traditionally, hit-and-run accidents are investigated using third-party information such as surveillance cameras or GPS. Our contribution in this work is a digital forensic approach that provides a ranking of suspects in a hit-and-run accident. We investigate which suspects were driving aggressively and were most likely at the accident location. For this, we only use the wheel speeds of the vehicle. Wheel speeds are available on the CAN bus of modern cars due to the anti-lock braking system and can easily be recorded by forensic data loggers connected to the CAN bus. Since 2004, the anti-lock braking system is required on all new passenger cars sold in the European Union. As a result, our approach can potentially be used in a large number of today's cars. In general, using wheel speeds is less privacy invasive than, for example, using surveillance cameras or GPS. Unlike surveillance cameras, wheel speeds focus on the individual and do not monitor several people on suspicion. And when GPS is used, the traveled route of a suspect is immediately revealed. As a result, even innocent suspects would have to reveal their whereabouts. Wheel speeds, however, can only be used to reveal this information if the area in which the trip took place is known, as we have shown in previous work. This means that in our approach, innocent suspects in particular do not need to disclose where they actually traveled. In our work, we identify wheel speeds as a minimal dataset required for the purpose of investigating hit-and-run accidents. So our approach is in line with the principle of data minimization as defined in the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union. Consequently, there is no reason to use privacy-invasive data like GPS. Before I go into the details of our approach, I would like to introduce a scenario that we are assuming in our work. In our scenario, a law enforcement agency is investigating a hit-and-run accident. From eyewitness reports, the approximate accident time and the vehicle model are known. The vehicles of the suspects are equipped with forensic data loggers that continuously store wheel speeds locally or in the cloud. The law enforcement agency asks the suspects to voluntarily provide the recorded wheel speeds for forensic analysis, comparable to a voluntary DNA profiling. The law enforcement agency then uses our digital forensic approach to find indications of the suspect's involvement in the accident. Our approach is based on the digital forensic process model of the German Federal Office for Information Security. This model divides a forensic investigation into different phases that describe steps to be taken before, during, and after the investigation. In our case, this includes, for example, the installation of forensic data loggers in vehicles to enable continuous recording of wheel speeds. In our work, we focus on the phases during a forensic investigation, namely the inspection and data analysis phases. In the inspection phase, we use the recorded wheel speeds to calculate vehicle-related data as pre-processing for the data analysis phase. In the data analysis phase, we examine which of the suspects may have been involved in the accident. For this, we propose two investigation steps. First, we analyze the likely traveled routes of a suspect to determine whether the suspect could have been at the accident location. In the second step, we focus on the suspect's driving behavior, because accidents are often caused by aggressive driving. Based on the preprocessed wheel speeds from the inspection phase, the result of the data analysis phase is a priority ranking of suspects that enables law enforcement agencies to optimize subsequent investigations. Alright, let's take a closer look at the two investigation steps. We will begin with the investigation of likely routes. The key question of this step is, did the suspect take a route that leads through the accident location? Here, it is not our goal to determine the exactly traveled route of a suspect. In our hit-and-run scenario, it is sufficient to show that a suspect could have been at the accident location. For this, we generate a list of likely routes that the suspect could have taken and analyze whether any of these likely routes includes the accident location. To generate the likely routes, we use an algorithm introduced in previous work. In the next slides, I will briefly introduce the idea of this algorithm. If you are interested in a more detailed description, please refer to our previous work. Okay, let's assume we traveled this route. We started here, and after 80 meters we made a right turn. After another 100 meters we turned right again, and so on. This means that traveling this route caused a sequence of distances and turns, which can be calculated from wheel speeds. Distances and turns are a common representation of a route. In turn-by-turn navigation, for example, this information is used to guide travelers to their destinations. The basic idea of the algorithm is to map the distances and turns onto the street network of the area in which the trip took place, by using a dynamic programmer-based approach. This area is also called trip area, and shown here in this figure. And this area includes all the places to which the perpetrator could have traveled after committing the accident. An advantage of our algorithm is its robustness against distance and turn errors. In case of a hit-and-run accident, it may happen that the measured distance does not exactly match the distance on the street network, for example because of an emergency braking. Or maybe a turn was measured by mistake due to an evasive maneuver. The output of the algorithm is a list of likely routes. These likely routes are ranked according to their distance and turn errors. The smaller the ranking position, the more likely a route is to match the actual traveled route. In our previous work, we found that the traveled route is among the 10 best ranked likely routes in 97% cases if no turn errors occurred. The probability does not increase significantly if more than 10 likely routes are considered. Therefore, we suggest to use the 10 best ranked likely routes in our digital forensic approach. To rank the suspects according to their likely routes, we introduce a score that indicates how likely a suspect was driving along the accident location. Here, the set P contains the ranking positions of all likely routes that include the accident location. If, for example, the likely routes at positions 1 and 2 include the accident location, then P contains the numbers 1 and 2. The score is calculated as shown here. The score is the higher the number of likely routes that include the accident location, and the better these likely routes are positioned among the 10 best ranked likely routes. We rank the suspects according to their scores in descending order. In the resulting ranking, the suspect at position 1 has most likely driven along the accident location. Accordingly, the higher the rank of a suspect, the less likely it is that the suspect has driven along the accident location. Next, we will take a closer look at the investigation of driving behavior. In this step, we want to find out which of the suspects tended to drive aggressively during the trip and especially near the accident location. So, the key questions of this step are: first, did the suspect drive aggressively, and second, did the suspect perform risky driving maneuvers near the accident location? To address these questions, we rate the severity of the driving maneuvers performed during the trip. For this, we use the total acceleration and the total jerk, which can both be calculated from wheel speeds. Here, we also use findings from our previous work about driving behavior. As I mentioned before, we use the total acceleration to determine the severity of driving maneuvers. For this, we use a safety domain for the total acceleration introduced by Eboli et al. The total acceleration can be considered physically safe as long as it does not exceed a certain safety threshold. This threshold is based on the physical limitations of vehicle dynamics and is calculated using the vehicle's velocity. If the total acceleration exceeds this threshold, driving is considered unsafe. And according to Eboli et al., an unsafe driving situation is in general due to aggressive driving. To rate the severity of driving maneuvers, we introduce 5 severity levels, from no severity to extreme severity. Since the wheel speed measurements are a time series, we can assign one of the severity levels to each time step of the trip. For both the total acceleration and the total jerk, we determine a severity level as shown in this table. Then we assign the maximum of these two severity levels to the respective time step. As a result, we have a severity level for each time step of the trip. The lower limit for the total acceleration is based on our previous work on driving behavior. We have found that a total acceleration of less than 30% of the safety threshold is a good indicator for non-aggressive driving behavior. The upper limit for the total acceleration is based on the work of Eboli et al. The lower and upper limit for the total jerk are based on the work of Wei et al. The remaining limits are evenly distributed between the lower and upper limits. Based on these severity levels, we determine if a suspect was driving aggressively. Here, x is a discrete random variable that represents the severity level of a driving maneuver performed at a time step within the trip of a suspect. The possible values of x are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for the severity levels not severe, low, medium, high, and extreme. For each suspect, we calculate the severity rating of the suspect's trip as the expected value of x, as shown here. Here, f denotes the empirical probability of the severity level within the trip of the suspect. The more the distribution of severity levels shifts towards the extreme level, the higher the rating. Therefore, a higher rating means a more aggressive driving behavior during the trip. By sorting the suspects in descending order, according to their severity rating, we obtain a ranking that expresses the aggressiveness of the suspects relative to each other. The position in the ranking is related to the possible involvement in the hit-and-run accident, because aggressive driving increases the risk of an accident. We also use the severity levels to determine whether a suspect performed risky driving maneuvers near the accident location, namely maneuvers with high or extreme severity. Although the approximate accident time is known in our scenario, we don't use this information here because the time period in which the accident happened could be long and cover a large part of the trip. In contrast, the accident location is typically precise. Thus, we can use the likely routes that include the accident location to find risky driving maneuvers. Each of the likely routes provides a point in the suspect's trip where the accident could have occurred. Here in this figure, for example, 2 of these points are marked as red areas, here and here. In the left area, there are risky driving maneuvers with high and extreme severity. In the right area, however, there are no such driving maneuvers. The presence of risky driving maneuvers near the accident location is an indication of an accident. We use this information to refine the previously introduced aggressiveness ranking by positioning all suspects with risky driving maneuvers above those without risky driving maneuvers. Okay, so far I've introduced both investigation steps. In the following, I will present the results of our evaluation. We collected 2 datasets for the evaluation of our approach. Both the datasets include wheel speeds recorded while driving a Ford C-Max. For the first dataset, 2 drivers performed a total of 8 trips with distances of up to 4 kilometers and up to 13 turns. The routes were similar, so the driving behavior can be compared. Each driver drove a trip in a calm, normal, and aggressive manner. Additionally, each driver drove around the university building once and performed an emergency braking followed by strong acceleration as a typical maneuver in a hit-and-run accident. We refer to these two trips as accident trips. For the second dataset, one driver performed 3 driving maneuvers that are common in accidents: an emergency braking, an evasive maneuver, and a change of direction. We instructed the driver to perform each maneuver 3 times with increasing aggressiveness. Okay, let's start with the evaluation of the investigation of likely routes. We evaluate this investigation step using the trips from the first dataset. As a reminder, this step provides a ranking that expresses which suspects most likely drove along the accident location. Therefore, we have to consider 2 cases in the evaluation. In the first case, we assume that the suspect drove along the accident location, and in the second case, we assume that the suspect did not drive along the accident location. In an investigation, we would use the accident location to determine the trip area in which we search for likely routes. In this evaluation, however, we use the central point of the trip to determine the trip area instead. For each street in this trip area, we assume that an accident has happened on it. This leads to a complete analysis of the trip area. In particular, we analyze the risk of considering potential perpetrators as innocent and innocent suspects as potential perpetrators. In addition, we analyze the risk that a potential perpetrator will be positioned at the bottom of the ranking and an innocent suspect at the top. In the first case, we assume that the suspects drove along the accident location. This means that the suspects are potential perpetrators. We estimate the risk of considering a potential perpetrator as innocent to be low, because for all trips from the first dataset, the traveled route was among the 10 best-ranked likely routes with ranking positions between 1 and 6. As a result, we would have considered all drivers from the first dataset as potential perpetrators if the accident had happened on their traveled routes. We also estimate the risk of positioning a potential perpetrator at the lower end of the ranking to be low. Among the likely routes, streets that are located on the traveled route have on average a higher score than streets that are not located on the traveled route. So all drivers of the first dataset would be positioned at the top of the ranking if the accident had happened on a street that is located on their traveled routes. In the second case, we assume that the suspects did not drive along the accident location. This means that these suspects are innocent. Overall, we estimate the risk of considering an innocent suspect as a potential perpetrator to be low. For an innocent suspect to be considered a potential perpetrator, an accident must have happened on a street that is part of a likely route, but not part of the traveled route. And this applies on average to less than 1% of the streets in the trip area. We also estimate the risk of positioning innocent suspects at the top of the ranking to be low, because most streets that are located on a likely route but not on the traveled route have a comparatively low score. So all drivers of the first dataset are likely to be positioned at the bottom of the ranking if an accident had occurred on one of these streets, so a street that is not located on the traveled route. Next, we will evaluate the investigation of driving behavior. We first test whether the severity rating can be used to distinguish between different degrees of severity of driving maneuvers. Then, we evaluate whether our aggressiveness ranking, which is based on the severity rating, correctly expresses the aggressiveness of the drivers relative to each other. Finally, we evaluate whether our approach can be used to determine the presence of risky driving maneuvers in a trip. It is crucial that we are able to distinguish between different degrees of severity, because we use this information to assess the aggressiveness of a driver. To test this, we use the common accident maneuvers from the second dataset and calculate the severity ratings. These maneuvers were performed with increasing aggressiveness. We expect the severity rating to increase with increasing aggressiveness. As you can see in this figure, for each accident maneuver, the severity rating is higher, the higher the degree of aggressiveness with which the accident maneuver was performed. So we conclude that our severity rating can be used to distinguish between different degrees of severity. Next, we want to test whether the aggressiveness ranking correctly expresses the aggressiveness of the drivers relative to each other. For this, we use the 8 trips from the first dataset that were driven with different driving behavior. These trips include calm, normal and aggressive driving behavior, as well as accident maneuvers. We calculate the severity rating for each of these trips and sort the trips according to their severity ratings. As you can see in this figure, the severity ratings are in line with the ground truth of our dataset. The severity ratings of the calm and normal trips are lower than the ratings of the aggressive and accident trips. So the ranking correctly expresses the aggressiveness of the driving behavior. Finally, we test if we can find risky driving maneuvers in a trip using the severity levels. Here we use the 2 accident trips from the first dataset. The figure shows the severity level of the driving maneuvers plotted as numerical values against the distance traveled. As you can see here, for both trips, there are risky driving maneuvers with high or extreme severity in the distance range in which the accident maneuvers were performed. This demonstrates that our approach can be used to discover risky driving maneuvers at a certain point of the trip, for example, near the accident location. In this talk, we presented a novel digital forensic approach for investigating hit-and-run accidents based on likely routes and driving behavior. In our approach, we only use a minimal dataset, namely the wheel speeds, and don't need additional data like GPS. Overall, our approach is of practical use because it can be used in a large number of today's cars. For future work, we have 2 ideas. For example, our approach could be extended to investigate whether a suspect was actually driving the vehicle or whether another person was driving. It would also be interesting to investigate whether the driving behavior of a suspect became aggressive at a certain point of a trip, for example by fleeing quickly from the accident location. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marian, for giving this illuminating talk about how much interesting information can be recovered from mapping wheel speeds of a car on the map of the terrain where the driving is before. So, first of all, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Marian. I will start by giving the word to Professor Chilikov. Alexei, I believe you have a question.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay. My first question is the real difference between the reconstruction of route via GPS and via your method, via CAN? Because in fact we have the same information. What difference is this difference is technical or legal?
That's an interesting question because it's not obvious, but there is a difference because, for example, if you have GPS and you're innocent, the investigators still know where you traveled because it's GPS. And with our approach, they only get to know if you could have been at the accident location, because since we get a list of routes, of course they get to know something about your route, but they don't know everything about your route. They cannot tell you, they only can say if there is if it's likely or not that you have been at the accident location. Because maybe a side note, initially, so I presented this work at the PhD forum of the PERCOM, and in this work I tried to exonerate innocent suspects. And for this, we would need to know the exact route, because otherwise this would not be possible. But then we thought about it and changed our mind to not exonerate them, just to output a list of suspects afterwards and to prioritize certain suspects and not to drop certain suspects of the list. So here for this we don't need the exact route, but some information about the route are sufficient, mainly if there's a possibility that the suspect was at the exited location. Yeah. So if you have GPS, you get everything about the suspect, where he traveled or she traveled. If you use the wheel speeds, you only get this information. Yeah, you don't get that exact information. And an additional point is, if someone gets this kind of data, for example, I don't know, an insider as we had in the keynote, yeah, then if he get the GPS, he knows everything about the traveler. But if he only gets the wheel speed, he also has to know the location of the trip to some degree, so the area in which the trip took place. Without that information, the wheel speeds are useless, mainly. So that's the key difference.
Thank you, Marian. Actually, I have
this is when the mistake maybe most and then the
I actually cannot really understand you, unfortunately. Maybe my internet connection is bad.
Okay, I think we have a little bit of poor communication. Alexei, maybe you could type your question in the chat window.
Be great.
In the meantime, Marian, I have a different question to ask.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the main reason for going into this complication of not getting the exact GPS location of the suspect is to preserve privacy of innocent drivers. And my question to you is basically this. If we already know who the suspect is, very often traditional physical forensics can be used to link the car to the crime scene. There might be blood of the victim on the bonnet of the car and things like that. But if we don't know who the suspect might be, first we need to request this wheel speed information from somebody. So my question to you is, how do you think we can practically identify this initial list of possible suspects? And how can we practically request wheel speed information from them? Because it sounds to me like it's a major logistic exercise in its own right.
Yeah, that's true. In our scenario, we compared that to voluntary DNA profiling, but that's true. For this, you already need to know some of the suspects. And this is some of the main limitations that I see. But when I looked into other research papers during when I was writing the paper, I saw that there are some approaches to where you have different stakeholders that can access the data, although the driver allows them to do it because he knows that it's not privacy invasive, as for example GPS, and then they can access it. For example, law enforcement agencies or insurance companies, for example, is a big point here. And there are some approaches to establish this kind of exchanging the information. But as part of my work, we didn't cover that, unfortunately. But I agree with you that this is a major point that could be addressed, for example, in future work, and then could be reuse these existing techniques for exchanging this kind of information. But the benefit here is that our approach is not as privacy invasive as using other data, for example. So maybe more drivers would accept it. That is what we think about it.
Yes, I agree. And I think it's a very important point, especially in the light of recent initiatives at the European level, where the balance is being thought between invasion on the part of the law enforcement and the privacy of potential suspects. So I think your work is timely and appropriate.
And this was one of our main goals. So it's easy if you have a lot of data, it's easy to answer these kind of questions. But we want to find out what is somehow the minimal data set that we need. This was one of the main goals of our work. Yeah.
Thank you. I think Akib Shahriar is asking a question in the chat. I'll read it out, just in case you cannot see it. In case of highways, multiple vehicles can have similar wheel speed data. How would you distinguish the actual suspect's vehicle from these multiple vehicles, which presumably look similar travel-wise?
Yeah, I have to think about it a few seconds. Yeah, highways are somehow interesting point because currently our route reconstruction algorithm is in an early stage. It's not finished yet, so highways are somehow a problem anyhow. So yeah, we are focusing on in our work on accidents that are within the city, also in I didn't get the word, but in urban areas. So, but not on the highways. But I see that on highways there are a lot of problems can occur, and we have to think about it in more detail. Yeah. But right now we focus on the urban area, so mostly in the city. Yeah.
And that makes total sense because each forensic technique has its own area of applicability.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Marian, for participating in our conference. Thank you for the great presentation. And if there are any further questions, please address them directly to Marian via chat or via email. Thank you very much. Our last presentation today explores different aspects of cyber-physical applications of digital forensics. Nowadays, with the introduction of the Internet of Things, the challenge is not to find an Internet of Things because they are becoming ever-present, but to understand how to extract and secure evidence in any particular situation. And the challenge is that the deployment of Internet of Things network in different locations, spaces, organization can be dramatically different. And for that reason, it's really hard to come up with a definitive methodology which have existed in digital forensics for many years with regard to desktop personal computers, which would go something like, if the personal computer is switched off, don't switch it on. If it's switched on, then examine whether live forensics can be performed and whether it needs to be performed given the requirements of investigation and the current hypothesis. In Internet of Things world, we have an additional dimension. How do we make sense of the existing topology of the Internet of Things network, and how do we approach securing evidence from it? This is a largely untouched topic at this moment in time, and our next presentation today, Evidence Gathering in IoT Criminal Investigation, by Francois Bouchard from Forensic Science Laboratory of Gendarmerie Nationale in France, is one of the first attempts to put meaning, to put structure on such investigations. So, what else can I say? I welcome you to listen what Francois has to say, and then we will discuss it.
Evidence gathering in IoT criminal investigation. I'm Captain François Bouchot, a digital forensic expert in the IT department of Forensic and Criminal Intelligence Agency of the French Gendarmerie. This article is a collaboration between the forensic units and the CNRS Crystal Laboratory. In the article, we present the problem of collecting for connect objects in crime scene. We propose methodology for investigative units. Internet of Things is taking place everywhere in your daily lives. This accelerated diffusion is linked to the development of connectivity with new communication protocols and the reduction of electronic devices. There is therefore an evolution of the data exchange with the creation of new services. In this graph, we can see a forecast of the development of this new market. Many companies like Gartner or Cisco foresees billion of object connect. IoT digital life by interconnecting personal and business devices. It opens new opportunity in criminal investigations. It's a challenge for digital security and forensic because we are moving from the study of a single object to a set of interconnected objects. Several rare cases incorporating connect objects have recently made the headlines. For instance, the log from a Garmin watch was used to resolve the Paul Macy murder case in UK. In Arkansas murder case, Amazon Echo device acts as a witness. In the case of Anthony Halo, it was the correspondence between the victim's Fitbit data and information from the home automation system that highlights the murder of a woman. Several difficulties can be listed, such as the heterogeneous nature of the devices. There are many dependencies between devices on specific data management policies, both for synchronization and information storage. This article deals with the problem of collecting connect objects that have a strong dependency on the environment. We propose a collection framework to take into account a criminal scene with IoT devices. First of all, the need for a methodology to collect a connect object, then a description of a collection methodology, finally, evaluation of the forensic methodology as part of an investigative exercise. The need for a methodology to collect a connect object. Each module of the IoT infrastructure contains usable data. On the graph, we see potential sources of evidence. Collecting evidence is a decisive phase in the success of a police investigation. It involves removing objects from the original environments and placing them in a controlled and secure area. During this operation, data can be damaged or destroyed by improper examination. Several scientific works list the difficulties inherent, like Zari et al., Miorandi et al., or Haman et al. Digital evidence is fragile. Faced with these observations, a question arises. What protection measures must be taken to guarantee the no interaction on the optimal conservation of the storage data? Several strategies have been developed by the scientific community to collect data in IoT. Some work proposes interfacing with existing infrastructure. In the Ward et al., the author described a forensic model. It's a kind of central repository of evidence. From a specific programmable logic controller, investigators access data on IoT platforms. This approach requires collaboration between private companies and the police to implement this access. Only synchronized data is accessible. In Kopp et al., the authors collect traffic data from the intelligent home network. This solution requires a good knowledge of the network and its accessibility. In Horiwal et al. And Perwal et al., the authors present an approach to take the whole environment into account. It is divided into 3 study areas: the local environment composed of objects and gateways, the Internet with IoT platform, and the services interface for customers, respectively Zone 1, 2, and 3. This approach is relevant in the forensic context. It structured the analysis process on the basis of existing solutions. In this section, we present the framework for data collection. This phase can be broken down into several actions. First, we take charge of the crime scene, then we collect and extract them according to network topology. Finally, we package them. This approach is defined according to to the operational constraints and the implementation strategy. This methodology focus on the examination of the crime scene as a whole. It consists of 3 successive steps. The first is the identification of local equipment in order to obtain a mapping of the connect object of the connect environment. The second is to determine the technical characteristic of the equipment. The third step is to isolate the networks in order to limit interaction, data leaks, and to facilitate data extraction. First, we are looking for different equipment and determine the role in the infrastructure, connect object or gateways. There are 2 categories of connect objects. The first one includes devices that communicate directly with the outside world. The second constrains objects that depend on the third party to communicate. In addition, there are several types of gateways. This distribution is defined according to the provided services. The first group provides access to the internet or to external network. The second provides a link between IoT-specific protocols and other classical protocols. They constitute network nodes. Hybrid solutions are also present. This articulation is deduced from the study of communication protocol and families of devices. Objects based on the short-range network, Bluetooth, ZigBee, Wi-Fi, etc., communicate with the external network using a local gateway. Objects based on long-range network, Sigfox, LoRa, etc., use external public gateway managed by private operators. On the basis of this information, we drew up a map of the various networks. Second, we identify and classify local equipment according to technical characteristics related to the type of memory, volatile or static, and network dependency. We want to understand how data is synchronized over the network and the normal operation of the objects. Synchronization can be automatic, semi-automatic, or manual. The type of exchange data, the data management policy, and the position in the infrastructure are also important elements in understanding the environment. Third, we seek to disaggregate and isolate parts of the local environments. This approach is developed from the general to the specific. Local infrastructure must be isolated from the outside world. We break the link between the different areas. The investigators physically disconnect the Ethernet communications, remove the SIM card or scrambles communications. Then, we take care of the different networks of the local environment. The network standards used in IoT today can be classified into 3 basic network topologies: point-to-point, mesh, and star. The mesh network can be hierarchical or not. The point-to-point network establishes a direct connection between the connect object and its gateway. The object accesses the internet or another network via the gateway. An example of this type of network is Bluetooth communication between the mobile phone and the Connect watch. By breaking the radio link, the gateway and the object are isolated from the network. The star network consists of a central node to which all other nodes in the network are connected. This hub service has a common connection point for all other nodes. An example of this topology is a Wi-Fi network in a house. By directly removing the central node, the objects lose connectivity with internet. A mesh network consists of a gateway and connects objects, some of which have routing capabilities. This structuring is used in home automation according to a relay construction. It compensates for distance issues or noises and obstacles. By disconnecting this router, the connect objects are isolated from the network. The seal must guarantee the integrity of the data present in the devices. It protects the content from any physical and digital interaction with the outside, like electromagnetic fields. If the medium cannot be deactivated, the object is packaged in the Faraday cage. As soon as possible, it is permanently powered by external battery. The operating times must be estimated according to the capacity of the power supply. This information must be displayed on the seal. The CRIM consists of connect objects and gateways with more or less dependencies. This graph resumes the different operations. Evaluation of forensic tools in an investigative exercise. The scenario of this specific exercise concerns the discovery of a corpse in an apartment. It's based on real facts. It is composed by 3 separate rooms, an entrance, a bedroom, and a living room. This flight contains many connect objects belonging to several IoT architecture. This graph represents the communication architecture. These objects communicate via different protocol commercial Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, Sigfox, etc. on owners. The local infrastructure consists of 4 networks connect to the internet. Each network is treated independently. The first network contains 3 connect objects, an Apple Watch, a Terrarion dot, and a Nokia scale. The iPhone acts as a gateway. It provides internet access to the connect objects. By disconnecting the Wi-Fi, placing the phone in airplane mode, and removing the SIM cards, devices are isolated from the outside environments. The second network contains 3 connect objects, an IP camera, an Amazon Echo, and a Raspberry Pi Zero. Moreover, it integrates 3 independent environments, Orvibo, Sensi, and Philips. The wake-up provides internet access to different connect objects. By disconnecting the Ethernet cable, the second network is isolated from the outside world. The first and the fourth network are only made up of independent and connect local objects, heroes and sunsets. Heroes communicate by Bluetooth. However, in your case, it is not connected to any gateways. Sunsets use the Sigfox protocol to communicate. It's exchanged directly with the outside world through external gateways. Some connect objects use automatic synchronization of their data with the network. This is the case of the Orvibo Philips and Sensi equipment, the Apple Watch and the Nokia scale. Gateways contains some local information such as operation logs or system configuration. The iPhone concentrates a lot of relevant information by acting as a gateway on a user interface by applications. For the Terrarion dots, a manual synchronization action must be performed by the user application. The local data are also present in their internal network. Network 1 is structured in a point-to-point relationship. Each object is independent. Thus, connect objects can be isolated individually by disabling the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth connection on the smartphone. All objects in network are independently sealed for laboratory examination. Network 2 consists of a main network and peripheral networks. The main network is a hierarchical mesh network. The 3 independent edge networks are star networks. The Orvibo and Philips objects communicate via Zigbee with the gateways, on SANSI is based on proprietary protocol. The gateways play a hybrid role as an interface between networks and protocols. In a first step, we cut the link between the main gateway and each environment. Then, all objects are disconnected from its gateway. It is also done with the IP camera, the Amazon Echo, and the Raspberry Pi Zo. All objects in Network 2 are independently sealed for laboratory analysis. Network 3 is already isolated from any grid. It can be managed as an offline object. Network 4 is structured according to a star topology. It communicates with external gateways. It must be isolated from the network by being placed in Faraday cage, special Faraday cage. Some devices are not collected in accordance with the investigation strategy, like SANSI cookies on the bike. However, it is necessary to know the rules on identifiers, such as the Federal Communications Commission identification number. This information may be used for analysis or for requests from IoT platform operators. So, what is the impact factor of the different operations? Each action generates or deletes data. By breaking the physical or radio links, the impact is limited. The study of the SANSI gateways, Philips and Ovribo, did not reveal any writing in the log on disconnect. However, an event is created when we disconnect the Amazon Echo in the directory system toolbox. This manipulation must therefore be traced in the legal proceeding. Direct acquisition leaves a write in the RAM, volatile. The acquisition of internal memory during runtime also leads to a more or less significant alteration of the medium. Some methods cause the system to boot or the change to raise privileges or to exploit a security flaw. In order to control the impact of these solutions, operations can be performed in controlled laboratory environments. In some cases, the object cannot be deactivated or stopped. Thus, it continues to live or to write data into memory. The risk is that the data may be rewritten on important elements of the investigation after it have been sealed. This is especially the case with an active GPS watch, such as the Apple Watch. Thus, the investigator may have to stop the applications to freeze the state of the object. So, to conclude, introducing the Internet of Things into the society provides more opportunities for forensic investigation. However, the objects are heterogeneous and interconnected to the network. Their improper handling generates or alters the contained data. Faced with the result, the investigator must define a methodology to apprehend them. In the article, we present a collection framework. We study the interaction and the impact of the various actions carrying out. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so that was a presentation of the paper. Unfortunately, Francois is not able to attend the conference today, and it's my pleasure to introduce Associate Professor Thomas van Troyes, who is the co-author of this paper and who will answer our questions. So, my dear discussants, who would like to start? Okay, well, I think on this occasion I will start because I find this paper very interesting and very timely. And one of the three assumptions of this paper seems to be that the topology of the Internet of Things network is already known. And in my experience as investigator, I know all well that when the forensic team enters a potential search site, they simply do not know the topology or indeed the presence of specific digital artifacts that may contain evidence. And discovery of these artifacts, let alone discovering the topology, is quite a challenging problem, especially if wireless technology is used and the hub of the network may be in a separate apartment or somewhere outside of the premises that are being searched by the forensic team. So I would like to direct this question to Thomas and ask you if you could give us some insight on the problems of discovering topology of the IoT networks, or whether it is indeed necessary for the methodology you proposed. Hello, Thomas, can you hear us? No, we cannot hear you, unfortunately. Okay, it seems we have a little bit of technical issue, but in the meantime, while Thomas is looking after his setup, I wanted to ask my fellow discussants if you have any additional questions that are of interest to you. Alexei, do you have any questions?
Maybe this problem looks like is very difficult, and the cost of mistake is very large, and maybe we can think about to create some technology or methods, or maybe automatic tools to at least discover the problems, discover the network topology non-intrusive. It's critical because we should not change something in this environment. Maybe it should really improve our effects on investigation.
I think it's a very interesting question, whether data can be preserved in a fluid environment like IoT, because the similar kind of problems exist in live forensics. And I think what's also very interesting is whether after the fact, once the data is collected, we can reliably infer what happened during collection process and how it might have affected the quality of the data collection. Because ultimately, as many digital evidence guidelines recommend, we cannot rely or base our forensic conclusions on the data that had been modified during investigation. So I think that's one of the interesting aspects to be explored in in the continuation of this research. Akib, I wonder if you have any questions to Thomas and Francois.
Thank you, Dr. Pablo. I have just not a question, basically, just a statement, actually. So in case of IoTs, I have some prior research experience. Like detecting the network architecture is quite a tough problem. And also there are some other network, I guess, architecture which is developed by different companies. Like it does not always maintain a specific set of standard. Like there is Zigbee standard, there is Wi-Fi standard. So in case of collecting the data, this also adds up to the overall complexity of the whole situation. So I would just like to state that overall.
Yes. Okay, I can see message from Thomas that he can answer questions via chat. So I suppose we'll have to resort to that. And if you could answer Akib's question regarding proliferation of different IoT technologies and their impact on the quality of data collection and investigation, if I understand it correctly, Akib. I think it's generally an interesting question that forensics as a discipline can be defined by a central question. How can we draw reliable inferences from incomplete evidence that we extract from devices we do not fully understand? Okay. Akib. Okay, Thomas has provided an answer in the chat. He says that to identify protocols and to discover objects communicating wirelessly, presumably, we used software-defined radio. So I guess the assumption is that all of the IoT network communicates via wireless means, and software-defined radio can be used to discover objects and a variety of different protocols that they communicate with. And then I presume the problem of separating hub from the devices which are being secured can be achieved by wireless means as well. So basically we can use radio noise generator to suppress any radio communications, even in situations when we do not have immediate access to hubs and to the devices. Okay, and then Thomas comments that, and then we try to reconstruct the network topology from the data recovered from defined radio. Okay, I think we have continuing communication problems in this case. So I will revert further questions to Thomas and to his colleagues to chat and email. I want to thank you for participation in this conference, in these sessions. And I would like to thank you, dear colleagues, discussants, Akib, Alexei, for joining this discussion today. Okay, just in case if you're only attending this session out of the entire conference, we want to tell you that the next conference will take place in Singapore. Singapore is one of the major hubs in Asia. It's home to many multinational IT companies, and also it hosts the Interpol Global Center for Innovation. It's going to be a much bigger event, and there is a lot of different things to do and to see in Singapore. And if you are leaving today, if you're leaving the conference now and not staying for the next session, then we definitely hope to see you next year in Singapore. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to ICDF2C 2020. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. And our next session is about digital event reconstruction. Digital event reconstruction is proving that certain events in the digital system happened at some point in time, typically during the incident being investigated. And we do it by, as usual, by the process of eliminating impossible hypotheses by considering events from different sources. It's a challenging problem because often we do not know how systems operate in the first place, and we need to acquire this knowledge. It is also challenging because digital world is not always directly connected with the physical world. And by that I mean that time in digital systems may not necessarily reflect the actual astronomical time in the real world. And the problem of determining when exactly a particular event happened is a challenge. And there are many other challenges, including identifying the user who initiated specific events and so on. Digital event reconstruction is one of my main research interests. And I'm delighted to be able to chair this session today, in which 3 papers are presented that consider different aspects of event reconstruction topic, touching on what we look for and how we establish specific time when particular incidents happen. It is also my immense pleasure to introduce my colleagues who will participate in discussion. It's Associate Professor Alexei Chilikov from Moscow, from Bauman State Technical University. Alexei specializes in cryptography, and our second discussant is Professor Stig Frode Mjolnes from the Norwegian University for Science and Technology. Stig, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Okay. Is there any chance we could also see you?
Yeah, let me see if I... okay. Start video. No. There you go. Okay.
Hello, Stig. It's very good to see you.
I'm here.
Thank you. So welcome to this 1.5 hour exploration of digital event reconstruction. So our first paper is about detecting events using fingerprints of events in log files. And just a second, bear with me. The title of the paper is Efficient Fingerprint Matching for Forensic Event Reconstruction. It's presented by Tobias Latzo from Friedrich Alexander University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. Can we please view the video of his presentation?
Hello and welcome to my talk about efficient fingerprint matching for forensic event reconstruction. My name is Tobias Latze and I'm from the Security Research Group of the Friedrich Alexander University Erlangen-Nuremberg. During a forensic investigation, an analyst wants to find out what happened on the system. This can be malicious but also be benign events. Therefore, the analyst usually uses log files. But there are also many events that do not appear in any log file. This can be when you delete a file, when you connect to a server, or when you access files. So what types of events can be detected using log files, and how can we enhance event detection and reconstruction? So first, I want to explain how we calculate fingerprints that we use for event detection. On this slide, you can see the architecture we use for the evaluation. On the left side, you can see the target system that runs in a virtual machine on a hypervisor. And on the right side, you can see the forensic workstation that is responsible for fingerprint calculation and the matching. So if we now want to calculate a fingerprint for a new event, we have to perform an event multiple times using the event execution engine on the forensic workstation. The event execution performs the event multiple times on the target system. On the target system, we have a Linux server with syslog, authlog, and accesslog that exfiltrates data via filebeat to the forensic workstation. Additionally, we have a monitor VM that traces all system calls using virtual machine introspection. And all these system calls are treated also as log data and are sent to the recording module. Here we normalize data and store them. This slide shows how log data looks like when it arrives at the forensic workstation. We have 3 textual logs: syslog, authlog, and accesslog, and syscalls that is already JSON formatted. But all these log files are translated into our own unified log format, which you can see exemplary on the right side. There we have, for example, a source field. This defines where the log comes from. We have type ID. The type ID is in case of syscalls the system call number, and in case of any other textual log file, this is the type of the log message. For example, started logging service can be can get the random number 42. Now I want to show you exemplary how we calculate fingerprints. We calculate the fingerprint for the event sigma, and our relevant features are type ID and path. We perform an event 3 times, and if in 2 of 3 rounds a feature vector appears, it becomes part of the fingerprint. So we do not use the user column. And now we look at the first feature vector, 1A, 1A, 1A. It's in all 3 rounds, so it becomes part of the fingerprint. Then 2B, 2F, 2C. This does not become part of the fingerprint. And 3C, 3X, 3C. So this becomes part of the fingerprint. And the last vector also does not become part of the fingerprint. So here is an example of the fingerprint of CP. On the x-axis you can see the system calls, and on the y-axis you can see how often this system call appears in the fingerprint of CP. So the most often system calls are clock, get time, and footex. So this fingerprint does not look very characteristic for CP. So what we actually need are characteristic fingerprints. A characteristic fingerprint of the event sigma is calculated against a reference set of events sigma tick in the following way. We have the fingerprint of sigma, and then we subtract all fingerprints of all other events that are in sigma tick. Here an example. We have the fingerprint that we just calculated, and here we have the reference set sigma tick with sigma 1 and sigma 2. And now we can see that the feature vector 3C is also in the fingerprint of sigma 1. So the characteristic fingerprint of sigma now only has 1A and not 3C anymore. So now let's come to the evaluation. We calculated fingerprints for 44 events. There we have command line events, sometimes with sudo writes. We have web events on a WordPress page. We have SSH login. We have loading, unloading, and listing of kernel modules. We do some stuff with Docker and Nextcloud. And here you can see the size of characteristic fingerprints for the first event classes. You can see that we could calculate characteristic fingerprints for nearly all events. There were 7 events for which we could not calculate a characteristic fingerprint. But what is also striking is that most feature vectors are coming from the system calls column. But there are also typical event classes that trigger log lines in specific logs. For example, the sudo stuff also generates log lines in the auth log. Web stuff generates also logs in the access log. So now let's start with the matching. First, we define a trace of an event sigma tick with t sigma tick. And then we can calculate a score of a characteristic fingerprint of an event sigma tick, and t sigma tick. Then the score of a characteristic fingerprint is basically the proportion of the matched feature vectors of t sigma tick in the characteristic fingerprint. On this slide you can see the matching results. On the y-axis you can see the ground truth, and on the x-axis you can see the corresponding characteristic fingerprints. On the last line you can also see 1 hour of noise that we matched with the corresponding characteristic fingerprints. The entries you can see are average matching scores of 10 rounds. The graph also shows that only some characteristic fingerprints produce false matches, even if the score is usually quite low. However, these characteristic fingerprints usually also do match noise, and the corresponding values are also quite low. So we decided to subtract the noise from all characteristic fingerprints. There are much fewer false matching entries and the corresponding matching scores are much lower. So subtracting noise from characteristic fingerprints has turned out to be beneficial. Only Vim hosts and SSH login still seem to contain some noise. So now let's come to the role of system calls for forensic event reconstruction. As I already showed, the most feature vectors are coming from the syscalls. We trace all system calls in the system, which is very expensive, so that the system can actually not used in production anymore. So now we want to analyze which system calls are important and which we do not need to trace. On this slide you can see the 20 most frequent system calls in 1 hour of idling. The most often syscalls are clock@time and footex. As you can suggest, these syscalls are not characteristic for an event, so we do not benefit from tracing them. However, since they are called that often, they are quite expensive to trace. Here on this slide you can see the system calls that actually occur in characteristic fingerprints. You can see that the most frequent system calls that are in characteristic fingerprints are open, stat, sendfile, and execve, and so on. So most system calls that we trace are not used in any characteristic fingerprint anyway. So now the idea is to greedy eliminate expensive system calls. We now successively stop tracing system calls that are expensive. The red line shows how the average size of characteristic fingerprints shrinks when the system call is not traced anymore. The blue line is the accumulated frequency of the system calls. So at this point, our average size of characteristic fingerprints shrinks by the factor 0.57, but we do not trace about 90% of the system calls anymore. Here on this slide you can see the absolute execution times of events and the relative overhead in brackets. If we trace all system calls, tar takes about 90 times longer than before. If we only trace occurring syscalls, we only have the overhead of about 4. When we do not trace open instead, the overhead shrinks even more. So now let's come to the conclusion. We were basically able to calculate characteristic fingerprints for nearly all events, but there are also some events that do not leave traces in log files, but they trigger system calls, and these system calls can be used for characteristic fingerprints. However, system call tracing is very expensive. But we also showed in this paper that we do not need to trace all system calls, and it is also sufficient if we trace only a small set of system calls. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas. That was very interesting presentation. Tobias, sorry. Thank you, Tobias. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks. That was very interesting talk. And I think your observation that important events from security perspective don't happen that often. And therefore, the characteristics of those events will not happen very often. And therefore, system calls which are frequently appearing should not be traced. I think this is a very useful observation. Thank you for that. So I would like to begin by asking my fellow discussants if you have any questions about Tobias's presentation.
Yes. Can you hear me? Pavel, yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering, so for the fingerprinting, you're using some kind of hash function, I take it.
No, actually not. We are actually, we have the unified log format, and then we are comparing the strings. So we actually look if, let's say we have the type ID 59 for the execve system call, then we look if 59 occurs, and for example with the path bin-vim or so. So this is, we do not hash.
Okay. So what is the typical length, bit length of the input to the fingerprinting?
The bit length of a fingerprint, or what do you mean?
Yes, of a fingerprint and the input to making the fingerprint.
So for it's hard to say. Actually, I'm not sure.
I'm just asking for what is the domain, the space we're operating in with.
So when we trace all system calls, it's a lot. You have a lot of input. But if we only have the 3 log files we had, syslog, auth-log, and access-log, it's not so much. So, but yes, then the fingerprints are also very big. Sometimes we fingerprints.
This was obviously from some kind of Unix, Linux operating system with I recognized all the commands and so on. Did you consider software is kind of floating, the updates, patches, new versions, and so on. Did you consider the resilience of your observations against these updates, versions, and so on?
No, we looked at different versions, but we looked at we can actually look into the fingerprints, and there we saw often very generic stuff, which should not be should not be differ in any other versions. I think we did not. There's some work that calculates characteristic fingerprints based on the sequence of system calls, for example. I think this approaches have more problems with different versions, but yes, we did not test it for different versions.
Okay, so you should check that. That would be interesting to see how good your methods are to changing. So last more general question is, so we're talking digital forensics here and the application of investigation and gathering evidence. So could you describe a little what you envision the main application for this in a more application-oriented way? What will be the main main information that you're seeking with this tool?
What did you try to detect?
Yes, the idea was to look what kind of events we actually can detect using log files, and then we saw many events do not leave any traces, especially if you have kind of insider attacks, which we heard in the keynote. And these events often do not leave traces if you copy files, for example. So the idea was to look what events do leave traces in log files, and then we also had the opportunity to generate new log files, the system calls, and yes, it's a kind of a CM system. So, a small CM system to research what events leave what traces. Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Pavel.
Thank you, Stig. Well, I'd like to ask Alexei if you have any questions to the presenter.
I think this is a good tool for information security. I really, maybe I didn't understand something, but I think investigation post factum is not very relevant. Maybe I don't understand something.
Sorry, I think I didn't hear the.
But it's your toolkit is about. I think it's very good for runtime information security in place. But for investigation post factum after incident. I don't know how I can use it.
Yes. Yeah, you can also use it post incident. Yes, but it was designed for yes, runtime investigation. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Alexei. Well, if I may, I also have a question. Tobias, you aimed to design system with the very low false positive ratio. So basically you clean signatures of events to the most descriptive system calls, log entries, which uniquely identify specific event in a specific system. That means that your system has a lot of false negatives. Basically, you miss a lot of events, even though when you detect event, you know that you have detected something. So my question is, did you do any statistical analysis of how many events do you actually miss?
Actually, we yes, we didn't miss events. We couldn't detect some false negatives, but of course, if an event is not if we have no characteristic fingerprint for the event, we cannot detect the event. And the more events the more events that are in our database, the smaller the other characteristic fingerprints get. So yes, this is a limitation because yeah, we sometimes couldn't calculate a characteristic fingerprint. So for 7 events, so yes, this is basically then our false negative rate because there was no detection for 7 events.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. I once attended a conference in an Asian country where legal professionals correctly claimed that in their country they had no cybercrime because cybercrime was not defined in law.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
So there you go. Well, okay, I would like to ask the audience, if anybody have any questions, could you please type them in the chat window? But I also have another question, if I may. In your technology, you use 2/3 ratio to identify presence of a particular vector of features in the fingerprint. I know that 2/3 is a golden section, but is there any other specific reason for choosing 2/3 and not 3/4 or something like this?
This was actually only an example. We performed the events 40 times, and the ratio was 80%. There is a deeper analysis why we chose those values that is in prior work. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And okay, we have a question from Peter Matuszek. Tobias, please, can you explain the features that you use for fingerprinting? What do you mean by path? Is it a path to the file in the file system?
Yes. Okay. We used four features. This was the type ID, the source, the path, and yes, a miscellaneous field. And the path is, for example, yes, it's usually a path to a file in the file system if available. All fields are only filled if available. For example, if you have the open or execve system call, this is the path to the binary or other file. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Tobias, for this very interesting presentation and very interesting discussion. So at this point, we move to our next paper. And before we play our next presentation, I wanted to tell that nowadays digital forensics is severely impacted by the use of encryption. And I'm sure that Alexei understands more than anyone that it's a very challenging problem. But sometimes we can learn about occurrence of certain events despite heavy use of encryption by observing secondary features. For example, many years ago, we did a research in which we correlated size of encrypted file with the size of the original file. And the greater a particular file gets, the greater gets the size of the encrypted file on the system. So if we have a sufficiently large file, there is a very low chance that a different file will have the exact same size. And that allows us to reduce the number of possible files that could have been encrypted to produce this particular file. And in the same spirit, the next presentation talks about features of TCP/IP communication, which can be used to identify fingerprints of applications in encrypted communication. So it is my pleasure to introduce a talk by Petr Matušek from Brno University of Technology on reliability of JA3 hashes for fingerprinting mobile applications.
Hello, my name is Petr Matušek, and I would like to present our research related to identification of mobile devices. And the work is called on reliability of J3 hashes for fingerprinting mobile application. This work was done at the University of at Brno University of Technology in the Czech Republic with these my colleagues. So traditional methods how to detect or identify mobile devices in network traffic was done using specific features obtained from network protocol that were plainly transmitted or transmitted in plain form over the network like DHCP, HTTP, and other protocols. However, during too massive encryption in last 5-10 years, these features cannot be seen without description. So it is very hard to identify data, especially who is sending this data or what kind of data or application are transmitted over TLS connection. So for this task, we decided to work mostly with encrypted communication, more specifically with TLS headers and TLS features. So TLS communication is implemented over TCP, and before encrypted messages are transmitted, there is a phase which is called TLS handshake, when a client and server exchange some parameters related to the encryption using client hello and server hello messages. And the idea behind the mobile application identification is that TLS handshake parameters depend on the packages and methods that were used to build the application. That means having the specific application, we are able to say that these parameters refer only to this application, and we are able to recognize such application in the traffic, even if application data are encrypted. This was implemented as a JA3 algorithm proposed by several guys. Look at the links below. And the methods work like this. From client hello packet, we extract these fields: version, cipher suits, list of extension, list of supported groups, and elliptic curve formats. And these values in hexadecimal format are converted to decimal format, and 32-bit MD5 hash is computed. And this hash is called JA3 hash or JA3 fingerprint. Similarly to client hello fingerprint, we are able also to obtain a server-side fingerprint, which is called JA3 hash or JA3 fingerprint. This fingerprint should point to the application which sends these data or open such connection. And this is what we use in our work. So for using this technique, that means JA3 fingerprinting, we ask this research question. First, what is important is to know if these JA3 fingerprints are reliable enough to identify mobile application. We can also ask if JA3 fingerprints are unique to a specific application, or if there is any ambiguity. And also how these fingerprints are stable with respect to the operating system version or the version of the application. So let's look through some of our experiments and observation. First, we looked at these fingerprints and how these fingerprints are created. Here we have a list of fingerprints obtained from TLS communication of Opera browser. We notice that some values in cipher suits, extensions, and also supported groups change with every fingerprint. So these are some random values which are given by standard to this communication. And the result is that with this communication we have about 6 different JA3 hashes from almost the same fingerprinting input. So we decided to ignore these values, remove them from the sets. So using this, we obtain a reduced number of JA3 hashes, which is important for creating our fingerprints. We also noticed that one application can produce several TLS connections which are not related to the application, but connects to some advertisement tracking or web analytics servers. We call this noise, and we try to remove it from the training set because these noise communications are the same for multiple applications. For this, we use blacklisting from blacklists which are openly available on the internet and regularly updated, so we can exclude such noise communication when building fingerprints. Also, we observe that JA3 hashes may belong to multiple applications. That means that one hash can be valid hash for several various different applications, and it is not unique. So what to do with it? So we decided to add new features, not only JA3 hash, but also server hash and SNI indication field, which is also obtained from TLS header. When using combination of these features, we notice the following things. By using JA3 only, we obtain from our dataset 30 distinct items, but only 21 of them were unique to a specific application. The rest of them were common to several applications. When combining JA3 with JA3S hash, we received 122 distinct items, and almost 114 were unique to a specific application. That means the uniqueness increased to 93%. And by adding the last feature, which is server name indication string, we received the uniqueness about 99.35% for our dataset. This seems perfect. However, there is one limit. JA3S and SNI are related to the server. That means that when application is communicating with several destinations, so there will be differences in these feature sets. This is typical for applications like web browsers, which open connection to several destinations. However, a majority of mobile application connects only to a limited set of content or cloud services with the limited set of JAC fingerprints and SNI fingerprints, which is great for mobile fingerprinting. We also looked at fingerprint stability. Here there is a list of 4 applications, and we observed JA3 fingerprints, JA3S values, and SNI strings when running the application on Android 7, 8.1, or 9. So you can notice here that for Android 7 there was one fingerprint of a JA3 value. With the new version, one was added and one was missing, and with Android 9 nothing changed, so the fingerprint was the same like for 8.1. Server side and SNI, it's different, so there were 2 distinct values. With Android 8.1, 2 were added and 2 were missing for server side, but SNI stayed the same over the versions. So the result of this observation is that it is important also to observe version of the operating system where the application is running, and for every new version add new fingerprints to the database so that we are able to identify the application running on these new versions. However, there are no so many new versions produced every year, so it is reasonable. Let's look to our experiments. So our focus was how to create a reliable database of mobile application fingerprints. So we used the observation that I presented below. So first we extract TLS fields from applications that were run either in virtual environment or on real devices. We computed JA3, JA3S hashes and extracted SNI strings, and we put this combination into our fingerprints database. When we look at the list of selected application, we can see that number of distinct values of these features related to the specific application is relatively small, up to 510. The highest is 37 for Cessna, which means that we can have just a limited number of fingerprints to one application, and we can precisely identify such application using these fingerprints. So let's look at some results of our experiments. First, we did experiment with JA3 hash value only for identification. So having our training set and fingerprint database, we used only JA3 for identification in new testing traffic. And when looking at this confusion matrix, we can notice that only 4 applications, which are Facebook, Gmail, WhatsApp, and YouTube, were recognized. However, there were a lot of false positives, which is given here, especially for some application. The results say this is that application, but in fact it is not. And there were also many false negatives. That means that these applications were not correctly recognized. By adding server-side hash value, we may notice that the number of correctly identified application is higher. However, still there is a quite large number of false positive in this column. And then when we move to combination of these 3 features, you can also see that almost all applications were correctly identified except the Chrome application, and also number of false positive and number of false negative is reduced comparing to previous cases. So what we can say about this method. First, JA3 is reliable only for specific application, but if we use only this hash, it produces many false negatives and cannot be used for identification of mobile application. When we add server-side hash value, the detection is better. However, there is a high recall. That means the percentage of samples that are correctly identified. And the best results we give for combination of these 3 features, JA3, JA3S, and SNI. So to summarize our results, we may say that the proposed method enables automatic creation of TLS fingerprint database based on JA3, JA3S, and SNI feature set. We use APK applications for which we automatically run in our environment and automatically create this feature set into database. So it's quite easy to create data sets for specific application. Combination of these 3 features produces reliable and unique fingerprints of mobile application that can be later used for identification of application in unknown encrypted traffic. However, the problem is still stability. That means for any new operating system or application version, we should add new fingerprints into our database. And the deployment is quite easier with combination of IPFix flow monitoring, which is normally used for data retention monitoring of network traffic provided by ISPs. So in the case that IPFix is extended with the LS headers, which is a common situation today, we received necessary information about communicating network traffic, and we can use these values for comparing with mobile application fingerprint database and identified applications that are running in the network traffic. We implemented our methods in proof of concept implementation, which is accessible and available in this link, and also described this method in our paper. The research was supported by a project Tarzan, granted by Ministry of Interior of the Czech Republic. So this is all from my side. I hope it was interesting for you. And if you have any question, you can ask later in chat, or you can send me an email to the addresses written in the paper. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. That was a very interesting talk. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Very good. Very good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Well, I think this is a very rich topic for exploration, and I'd like to give word to my colleague Alexei, who I hope have some questions to ask, because I believe this is your area of interest.
Yes, thank you. It's very interesting. It's really, I think, it's one of good ideas about trying to classification of encrypted traffic. I think it's very good project, and I have some question about it, and I have a list. Yes. Okay. If we have time. We have, in fact, we in the TLS specifications we have fixed constants for any using algorithms and extensions and other items. And in fact, when we create the client hello and server hello, we only use subset of this. And I think the really the reason of change of this list of the set of supported algorithms from client or extensions is the only two reasons. We implement new algorithms and including them in our software, and after that we extend our list. The second reason is we for any reasons we decide to don't support some algorithm because it's insecure, it's not recommended, it's not convenient for users. It's no undecided for regulators. Any reasons? There are two simple operations to add new algorithm or to reject old algorithms. I think the set of for concrete application is a very similar of it. There are only two simple change could be, and as a result, we have the following trouble that for typical applications we have very similar sets, and your signature is a hash of a set of supported algorithms. But this supported set of supported algorithms is the probabilities is very different. Any algorithms supported by everyone everyone, for example, IS, or other is supported by a very minimal number of applications. For example, national standards. We have here, maybe we have here a strong problem of collisions between your signatures. It's a potential problems. I think we have to verify your investigation. We have much more number of tested applications than 30. I think we should talk about thousands. It's really, I think, most problem which can be occurred. It's most probable. And I have many other other issues. I think we cannot, we don't have time to discuss it here, and I think we can discuss it after. Okay.
Thank you, Alexei. If I understand you correctly, again, I may not fully comprehend the entirety of the issue because I'm a novice in this field. If I understand you correctly, different applications deployed in different countries may have different signatures simply because of the regulator's requirements, that certain ciphers are not to be supported by TLS. And therefore, Facebook app in Russian Federation, for example, would have different signature than Facebook app in Germany.
No. I think it's in implementations. It's not, but the reason of the change of implementation may be because of it.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you
Sorry
for this contribution. No, I think it's very interesting. So I would ask you, Peter, if you have any comments on this.
Yes, thank you, Pavel. Thank you also, Alexei, for your comments. I think one of our main focus in this research was to find out if it is possible to create such a unique and reliable fingerprints. And as you mentioned, we did it all. We worked only with a small set of applications. That's true, but our intention, which continues today also in our future work, is to develop an automized method. So having an application like in APK format, how can I create automatically such a fingerprint that can be inserted for the given version to the fingerprint database without some manual work. So I can give my algorithm a list of files with APKs and create this. So we are able to generate or emulate communication using Android Virtual Studio, but still we are struggling with eliminating all the noise, because the noise creates ambiguity, because noise communication is present in various applications. So the goal is, so the main focus of this research is to create as unique or as precise fingerprint as possible. Because if we have unique, precise fingerprints, so we can apply it on any TLS communication, and if such fingerprint is present, so we are sure that that is that application. And we are also trying to cooperate with students. Fortunately, at the university, there are students from different countries, so we ask them to use their mobile devices with their local applications, like from Africa, from Latvia, and other countries, which help us to understand more national variation of applications. So thank you for your remark.
Yes. Okay, and one more question about your idea. It's a great idea, really. Is to create a great database of signatures for popular applications, or maybe not popular. But we have in this case the next problem because okay, if I would like to create an application. My own applications, which to be masked as an other application. For your methods, I just used this base, this sample of some applications from this base, and after that, I should make this some not very hard operations. I would like to implement this this set of algorithms, this set of extensions, and other. In fact, this is a list of consoles. It's a long dword array. Yes, and put it into my applications and save it, compile, and set. Okay, when you would like to initiate a TLS, as a TLS hello, use this number of constants as a list in your structure. Okay, and any applications which works like your would be would think. This is Telegram or this is Zoom, but really it's my malicious software. Why not? It's a problem.
Sure. If you create an application that somehow imitates a fingerprint by other, it can happen. But our preliminary idea was to use it for like criminals or suspects who are not aware about how this technique works. So just using your mobile phone and you want to share information, communicate, download something, you will not create it for any application that you have on your mobile phone. So still we will be able to identify some application, but you are right. There is also a space for imitating known fingerprints.
We can, but it's hard. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Alexei. Thank you, Peter. I would like to ask Stig if you have any comments on this paper.
Yes, I have not so long, but I think this is thorough research, and here you have investigated, for instance, the stability across versions and updates and so on. I will take issue with your, it's a minor comment, but I will take issue. You said 99.18% of the traffic is now encrypted in mobile phones. You have to qualify that because it's not that much. And, you know, also we have the issue of end-to-end encryption, which is not available or available in very, very few applications. So there will be almost always be a server in between that can listen in. Now, I'm curious about how did you select the apps that you investigated?
This was something we focus more or less on application that exchange data. So some communication, not games, not some I don't know, like some work help application, but we tried to focus on typical application that people use for communicating, exchanging data, sending messages, and so on. So, and first we thought about taking top 10 or top 50 most popular downloads in Apple or Android website, but there was a mixture of different things. So we just asked some students in our university to say what are the typical applications, how they use them, and then work with these applications. So it is definitely not some statistical approach like the most popular or the most intensive communication, but what we saw as interesting for this research of reliability and ability to identify applications.
All right. Maybe you could relate your list of investigative applications to criminal activity and digital forensics and investigate which are the most essential for that purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what I noted here. I think it's very interesting research. And a last short question is: so you investigated TLS. Now there is also application using more and more using datagram, UDP protocols. Did you look into DTLS also?
Not yet. So we did not cover it.
That's for the future.
We tried to look at Quick, but there were changes of formats during the time when we observed this. So we just stay with TLS.
Okay. Thank you, Pavel.
Thank you, Stig. Thank you, Peter, for this very enlightening discussion. Thank you, Alexei, for your extensive contribution as well. So our last paper tonight is the paper about linking events in computer systems and perhaps outside computer systems to time, real time when they happen. System clocks tend to become skewed. Computer clocks are known for not being synchronized with the actual time. And the next paper explores one of the recent, like 10 years old, forensic technique for linking digital evidence, in fact, other types of evidence as well, to real time based on observation of changes in the frequency of mains electricity. So it is my pleasure to introduce next talk, Modeling GOP Structure Effects on ENF-based Video Forensics, presented by Pasquale Ferreira from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission.
Hello everybody. First, let me introduce myself. I am Pasquale Ferrara from the Cyber and Digital Citizens Security Unit of the Joint Research Center, which is the European Commission's Science and Knowledge Service that employs about 3,000 scientists situated mainly here in Ispra, in Italy, and in other European countries. Today, I'm going to present our work titled Modeling GOP Structure Effects on ENF-based Video Forensics. As you are aware of, electricity is delivered through the grid as alternate current at a given carrier frequency, typically 50 or 60 Hz, depending on the region. However, because of the changes of loads and of the grid architecture, we observe some variation of the frequency of the network around the nominal value over time. Such fluctuations can be seen as a sort of footprint which can be captured from devices such as microphones or video camcorders and embedded in multimedia signals such as audio recordings or video. The electric network frequency criterion has been exploited for audio and video-based forensics applications such as timestamping, by matching the ENF extracted from the multimedia file and matched against a reference ENF in order to estimate the time of recording. For geolocalization, by evaluating the similarity between the ENF extracted from the file and the ones collected from different grids in different regions. Finally, for authentication of multimedia file, by detecting inconsistency in the ENF signals that might reveal file manipulation, such as cropping. In this work, we focus mainly on video recordings. In fact, we observed that ENF is conveyed by artificial light, whose intensity changes over time because of ENF fluctuations. Moreover, it has been demonstrated that the light fluctuations, which appear in a video as slightly perceivable flickering effects, varies at a frequency double with respect to the ENF. For example, if the network is applied at 50 Hz, the light's intensity oscillates around 100 Hz. Then, ENF is captured frame by frame at camera level, but because of the video compression, it suffers of distortions. So, the main contribution of this work is the effort to model this distortion in order to predict the ENF shape extracted from MPEG-like encoded video. To understand that, let me start by giving you some background information about video compression. Each video frame is divided into macro blocks, and each macro block is encoded depending on the frame type. Frames can be intra-coded, whose macro blocks are encoded through a blockwise DCT quantization strategy, and by considering each frame as a standalone picture. There are also predictive coded frames that might refer to only previous frame or to previous and following frames. The video stream is then structured in a group of pictures, we call GOP, that always begins with an intraframe. The distance between two following intraframes is called GOP size. In the graph, we show a qualitative evaluation of the GOP structure effects by means of the peak signal-to-noise ratio between the uncompressed and leaded compressed frames. As we see, the fidelity of the compressed frame is systematically higher than predicted frames. This behavior induced us to formulate the hypothesis that ENF signal undergoes a sort of downsampling operation over time axis. ENF pattern is analyzed by computing the average intensity of each frame luminance. We made the assumption that the camera adopts a global shutter in order to simplify our model. This means that all pixels are acquired at the same time. Meanwhile, cameras usually acquire raw video frames at a rate which is typically 25 or 30 frames per second, while the ENF usually oscillates around 100 or 120 Hz. For the Nyquist-Shannon theorem, this introduces aliasing, so that the ENF is detected at a different frequency in the baseband. For instance, with a camera frame rate of 30 frames per second, the ENF at 100 Hz is detected at 10 Hz. Now we model the downsampling effect introduced by GOP structure. The equivalent sampling rate is equal to the camera frame rate divided by the GOP size. Because of the Nyquist formula, we derived the condition for which a second aliasing is present. For instance, with a camera rate of 30 frames per second, the ENF at 10 Hz, we observe aliasing if the GOP size is higher than 1.5. The Shannon-Nyquist theorem also provides the position of such aliased harmonics, which are spaced from the central frequency of a delta frequency equal to the frame rate divided by the GOP size. It should be noted that negative frequencies are mirrored in the positive baseband. The model can be generalized to the case in which the gop size is not constant by using the average of the gop length. We experimentally evaluated our model by using a professional CCD camera driven by a laptop, able to take uncompressed videos at a rate frame of 30 frames per second and at a constant shutter time. All the other parameters are set manually. The scene is static and illuminated by an LED light powered at 50 Hz. The video is then compressed with different settings by means of the well-known software FFmpeg for video processing. We performed our spectral analysis of the average intensity of frame luminance by means of the short-time Fourier transform. To do that, we used the periodogram of the signal that we calculated for 512 points and by using an Hamming window. Then we analyzed the time frequency property of the signal by means of spectrograms, calculated over 8,192 FFT points, a Hamming window, a frame duration of 30 seconds, and an overlap factor of 29/30 in order to have a time resolution of 1 second. At the time when we acquired the video, we acquired also the NF directly from the electric plug by means of an Arduino-based system that measures the actual voltage sampled at 1 kHz. The NF is evaluated in the frequency domain through periodograms and spectrogram. In particular, in the periodogram are visible several harmonics of the same signal centered at 50 Hz. In the spectrogram, we cropped the main component at 50 Hz and we see how it changes over the time. In the third graph, the punctual ENF value are represented and they are extracted from the spectrogram by detecting the energy peak over time. As first experiment, we checked the difference between a video acquired under LED artificial light and another one acquired under sunlight. The difference between the two is substantial, especially in the periodogram, whereas in the case of artificial light, we observe a strong energy peak at 10 Hz, the expected frequency. The same difference can be also noted in the spectrograms, where the NF acquired under artificial light show a behavior which is pretty close to the one extracted from the electric plug. Then we evaluated our model in 3 different conditions. In the first one, we assumed that the gop size is constant through the whole recording, and we evaluated the periodogram of the extracted signal. As you see in the figure, the periodogram presents some additional peaks due to the harmonics affected by aliasing because of the compression. For instance, we observe that for L equal to 11, an harmonic is present at 10 minus 2.7 Hz, 6.3 Hz. And this behavior is present for different value of the gop size. By looking at the corresponding spectrograms, it appears more clear as the alias peaks might contain ENF information and how they correspond to the expected alias frequency predicted by our model. Also for harmonics that appears in the negative frequency range as the one highlighted in green. The overall trend is that the quality or the signal-to-noise ratio of each aliased harmonics decrease when the gop size increases. The second case considers the gop being variable around a nominal gop size. In other words, this means that the distances between two following intraframe are not constant over the video recording. This situation is typical for those encoders that try to adapt the compression to the video content. The model, however, is still valid, but we observe a decrease in the signal-to-noise ratio of the aliased harmonics. This behavior can be better appreciated in the spectrogram on the right. In the third and last case, we forced the encoder to adopt a given gop size, and we varied the final video bitrate. Higher constant rate factor means a higher compression and, consequently, a lower bitrate. Globally, we observe that the bitrate reduction is associated to an increase of noise level. It can be appreciated by looking at the solid gray line, which is the uncompressed video, with respect to the other dashed lines. However, if we look at the spectrograms, we see something interesting. In fact, we notice that ENF signal could be still visible and spread over several components in some configurations, such as when the gop size is equal to 30 and the constant rate factor is equal to 47, which means that the video is highly compressed. Now we analyze a concrete case where a video is captured in the same condition as before, but through a smartphone. The frame rate is approximately 30 frames per second. The gop size is constantly 30. The spectral shape of the signal is very close to the previous case. The ENF can be detected in several harmonics of the spectra. Those harmonics are spaced of 1 Hz roughly, and several replicas are present in the spectrogram. However, because of the low energy of the signal, the ENF extraction still remains a challenge in a video acquired from smartphones. Finally, we provide an insight of how to use this model in more advanced analysis. For instance, we consider eigenspace decomposition-based methods such as multiple signal classification algorithm, in which it is necessary to know the number of complex sinusoids that forms the signal. We carried out the analysis on the video acquired with the smartphone as before, and we observed that using two complex sinusoids, the ENF is a real signal, so is a cosine, we are not able to detect it, whereas using the prior knowledge about the group structures, which can be extracted directly from the video stream, we are able to detect the harmonics forming the ENF. In this slide, I would like to summarize the main outcome of our work. In conclusion, we provided a model for describing and predicting video gop structure effects on the ENF signal, and we provided also a comprehensive analysis of compression effects in different encoding schemes. In future, we'll take advantages of this analysis in order to better extract the ENF signal from videos, in order to define models for detecting the presence or the absence of DNF, or in order to improve the performance of ENS video-based forensics for timestamping, geolocalization, and authentication. Here I conclude my presentation, and I want to thank you for your kind attention, and I would be happy to answer to any question you might have.
Thank you very much, Pasquale, for this very interesting paper and very interesting presentation. Well, I would like to ask my fellow discussants if you have any questions or comments or contributions to this talk. In fact,
I can comment on it. I didn't prepare for some inquisitive questions for this paper. Although a long time ago I was trained as an electrical engineer, so I should understand some of it. It's fascinating research, I think, where you want to detect. So that's actually my question. What do you want to detect? I didn't gather. What's the application here? Is it to assure integrity of some film clip or video clip, or what is it? Could you say something about the application?
Yes, of course. The application here is to locate in time and in space a video. Usually we are working on, say, the application to fight against child sexual abuse, to understand where and when a video clip has been taken. And we are, our intention is to extract the information contained by the NF that can be extracted from a video, and to match with some reference information collected by, for instance, electricity suppliers.
Mm-hmm. Has this been proposed as judicial evidence, or what do you think of the significance of such evidence?
If I remember well, in the MC audio forensics manuals, there's explicitly a chapter dedicated to DNF, because until now DNF has been studied in audio signals. Because in audio signals, especially if the microphone is connected to the network, it's clearly visible the presence of DNF, and this is a problem that has been studied 10 years ago. I remember works from Grigor Arts and many others in the field. But until now, the hot topic is to extract it from the light, especially because now we are, let's say, it is most common to have a handheld device like smartphones, like cameras that are not connected to the light. So we cannot use the microphone, but we can use the light if there's an artificial light. This is the step forward to adapt to the new age of which is invited from smartphones, tablets, and camcorders.
Pasquale. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Pasquale, I have a question. The precision of your technique depends on availability of accurate reference signal. In your experiments, you took it from the plug, basically. Now, clearly, if we are investigating child abuse material, we would not have data directly from the plug of the suspect. So how reliable do you think ENF signatures extracted from the local substation, for example?
This is the most challenging part, because from a technical point of view, there's for sure room for improvement in extracting the signal. From a practical point of view, the main issue here is to have this reference signal. Now, usually electricity providers stores there's ENF. I don't know exactly at what rate, but they store for sure the instantaneous frequency of the network, because they have to guarantee the quality of the service. This can be one source for a reference signal. We have other ideas in mind we are developing, and I think they could be the next subject for the next conference.
When I was reading your paper, I thought that in a building, in a public building, like a courthouse, for example, there are many CCTV cameras. And for example, you can have one camera looking at the crime scene or at the place of interest and another looking at the clock. And by matching signatures, you could say that event in that room occurred at the same time, at the time shown by the clock in the other room.
Yes, not only on the room, but we made an experiment here in the Varese area, and we see that in 30-kilometer distance between two buildings, the signal it's perfectly the same. Okay, this means that there's a great coherence. If from one hand we cannot guarantee the precise at the level of the building, we can understand the area. Okay, we can try to take advantages of the information stored by CCTV cameras, and then use there as a reference for time stamping. Of course, in a completely blind scenario, this is a big challenge, because you have to collect a lot of information from a lot of regions. But for instance, in a prosecution settings, where we want to demonstrate that this video has been taken in this place at this time, maybe something that is useful can be easily exploited.
Thank you. That's very interesting research. Okay, I'd like to open discussion to the floor. I think we have very few participants, so if you want to speak with your own voice, please feel free to do so. Okay, Alexei, I would like to ask if you have any comments or perhaps contributions.
I think it was a very, very impressive talk. I never try to use these ideas, but I think it's really useful, and I think now recent 5 minutes I try to understand them incomplete, and try to how we can use it to improve it. Maybe we should discuss about it with others. I think many thanks for your impressive talk. It was very interesting. I really don't have now questions, because I'm not technically skilled in this domain, but I have some ideas. I think maybe it will be interesting to discuss. Okay, after.
Okay, I'll be delighted to answer and.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for participation. Thank you, Pasquale, again for a very interesting talk. And I'd like to thank Stig and Alexei for participating in the panel discussion tonight. Thank you for your time. I hope it's not too late in your respective locations. So that basically brings us to the close. This is the last section for today. And tomorrow conference continues at 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Boston time, basically. So if you have not attended previous sections, and if this is the only section you are planning to attend, I want to tell you that the next conference will take place in Singapore. It's a great Asian city. It's a technological and travel hub. And there are many, it's an Asian home of many multinational IT companies, including IT security companies, financial companies, and it's also home to Interpol Global Center for Innovation. So next year, late fall, we hope to see you all in Singapore. It's a great city where you can enjoy many activities beside this conference. So thank you very much for your time, for your attention, and for your participation.